Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Kart Chaser members, and all of those joining us live for the Indy Karting Challenge here from the K1 circuit in Whiteland, Indiana. It's myself, Brad Dalton, here, joined by Sheldon Atkins to bring you the coverage of the first round of the 2026 season of the Indy Karting Challenge. It's been an exciting morning of qualifying. If you just missed it, 206 Senior just wrapped up in 1 millisecond separated the top two, and it was a second separating the top 16. So when you look at that, you know we've got a good run here going for everything today. Sheldon, sir, I have to ask as we get ready for this 7-minute plus 2-lap heats to kick off with Supermasters first, how are you feeling this morning after qualifying?
Man, I'm just excited to see what we've been waiting for this all winter long. I'm ready to see some racing action. I'm ready to see what these guys are able to do here at here in Whiteland. And look at this. I mean, look at how beautiful it looks out here today. Cold weather, yeah, but look, we got Daytona back. We spent a majority of last season, kind of having to tiptoe around it while they reconfigured the corner. But the hallmark of this track is just that long straightaway with the huge, replica of the Daytona Triangle shoved right in the middle, high bank corner, allowing these guys to really stay up into the RPM range as they come into that quick 90-degree corner. And so many great passing opportunities, so many, last second dive bombs down in there. And it just always allows for such great racing action because, you work through the more technical half of this track and you get back onto that straightaway and you get pulled right back up with the slipstream, gives you kind of another chance to make something happen.
I think Slipstream is going to prove to be such a big deal here this weekend, and I'm very, very excited to really see who takes advantage of it going along and through. And I think really taking a look at how that qualifying went, I think you can really say that Slipstream seemed to really prove to be the big factor here for some of the drivers as they went through. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go and really get an idea of who is able to take advantage of it.
Also, I mean, we've seen how close a lot of these times are to in all of our qualifying sessions and warm-ups. That just means you're going to have a lot of great racing, a lot of close white knuckle action.
That close white knuckle action is going to prove to really, really, I think, make the difference for a lot of these karts as they go along. It's, again, genuinely going to be a case of just who is able to come out ahead in the group as they go and keep things moving. As the karts are coming in to the starting area, they're getting lined up, getting ready to go. Let's talk about how this 206 Supermasters qualifying finished out specifically. It was William McLaughlin who led Tom Stevens by 0.4 of a second, with Joseph Stevens in P3. I got to wonder, are Tom and Joseph related? And if so, how are they related? And then Wesley Bullock in 4th place, only 4 karts taking on the run here. About 6 laps got ran in the Supermasters quali with an average speed of about 48 miles an hour.
See the field getting ready to take to the grid here.
I know one of the things that they talked about too today was, will there be only 1 out lap or will they get 2 laps around the track to get warmed up here depending on the track conditions? So we'll take a look and see how that goes along for the karts. Are they deciding to give them 2 full out laps or will they be taking only 1 out lap? As it looks right now, I think only 1 out lap going, but I could 100% be wrong on that. And again, here is your starting lineup. It's William McLaughlin over Tom Stevens with Joseph Stevens and Wesley Bullock, the 4 karts taking on this KA Masters. Or sorry, no, this is not KA Masters, 206 Supermasters. Put some respect on their name.
Oh, get together, man. What are you doing, Brad?
I glimpsed over at the wrong screen while I'm saying words. This is what happens sometimes. You read the thing you're looking at as you go, and it does look like, based on the gap I'm seeing, I am thinking we are, never mind, no, we are only getting one formation lap here. So the carts will get formed together here, Sheldon, to go towards the tram lines and get ready for 7 minutes plus 2 laps of action for these 4 carts. We'll see how William McLaughlin gets away here at the start line as they go through. And again, a reminder, the start line is not the finish line. The tram lines are actually much closer to turn 1 here as they go through. You see them get the signal. Will they be allowed to go? And green flag is out. We're racing here for the first heat race of 2026 here in Whiteland. And it's a good getaway there early on coming through for Tom Stevens, trying to hold on to it here against McLaughlin and Joseph Stevens and Wesley Bullock. Everyone trying to get away well to start their first runs. And as of right now, William McLaughlin looking to have a lead here and trying to keep pace, keep bay, and get into the rhythm here for the 7 minutes.
And starting onto the long back straightaway for the first time here in racing competition, William McLaughlin with the advantage into Daytona. Clean start here for the field. No big mistakes made early. Good way to kick things off here for the heat. Through the hairpin here for the first time and out of the final corner and across the stripe here, completing lap 1. And it's going to be the 56 machine of William McLaughlin on top of the board. Tom Stevens following behind with slipstream from Joseph Stevens. Joseph swings it a little wide here into turn 1, trying to set up for a crossover here on Tom. Not going to have the momentum, though. Gets a peek down to the bottom again. Right in line here, though. And here we go. Peek for the lead here from Tom Stevens, but not able to get to the door. And it's going to be McLaughlin leading us back onto the straightaway.
Great run from everyone here as they go through, still keeping eyes and tabs going as they head towards the bus stop down towards Daytona. They go already 90 seconds into this run, and you can see everyone keeping very, very close tabs here in the top 3. Bullock having great consistent runs for himself there in 4th place, continuing to improve. Setting in consistent lap times for him is the goal. As it appears, here we go down across the line, and well, half a second the gap between McLaughlin and Stevens, with between McLaughlin and Tom Stevens, with Joseph Stevens there in 3rd, another half second behind. So top 3 just looking to keep each other honest. I don't think anyone's looking to do anything too crazy here in the heat. Of course, the final this afternoon is 12 minutes plus 2 laps, so a bit longer than what we're running now, but you do need to save your tires a little bit for that run, but it is just today. There's nothing going on tomorrow, no racing action tomorrow for a round 2. So really, this is just all there is today. So, I mean, you can sleep in tomorrow if you want to race a bit harder today, which I think would be my advice to drivers here, is to race a bit harder today and sleep in tomorrow if you can.
No, it might be hibernation season too, depending on how the weather looks tomorrow, but one guy not thinking about sleeping right now, William McLaughlin walking away, coming to the start-finish line here to lead another lap in that 56 cart, but he's not able to really break free from Tom Stevens. Tom Stevens keeping him honest here, putting on a good charge in 2nd place, not getting more than 2 to 3 cart lengths behind your race leader. And I feel like if William McLaughlin makes just a little bit of a bobble here, transitioning onto that back straightaway, and Tom's able to catch a slipstream, it could be a really different battle up here at the front.
That it could, and I think it'll be interesting to really see where that battle comes in and along. So we'll keep watching through, because I don't think that gap is going to really open up much more at the moment. I think it might start to close in a little bit. We'll see where it goes through and how they close it along here, coming through across the final corner. Let's take a look here across the start finish line. Does that gap maintain? It goes up to about 3/4 of a second. So losing about 2/10 there last lap, Tom Stevens did on William McLaughlin. So you can see a little bit of the run here. I think McLaughlin's starting to push a little bit harder. Maybe you heard me say that you should push a little bit because you can sleep in tomorrow. Sometimes that's motivation for people as they go along. So let's just wait and see what happens here through the next bit of racing.
It wasn't quite as good a set of corners, though, for Wayne McLaughlin as he was hoping for. Tom was able to close the gap a little bit here, coming back onto the back straightaway, though. William McLaughlin going to pull back out the advantage in through the chicane, back onto Daytona. That 56 cart, it's looking kind of like a slot car right now. Not really any big bobbles here for him. Looks like he's just got the handle figured out perfect on it. But Steven's going to close the advantage here as I'm talking so highly of William McLaughlin's pace. It's going to be a half a second at the line there, though.
That half a second as it goes through, closing back in. The 2/10 he lost the lap before, which I think is going to be a big goal. Big move there for him for the moment. So let's just wait and see if that continues to be consistent or if that goes a little bit closer. So we will keep an eye on it, see how it goes out. And as we go down the backstretch, that gap looks to be holding consistent between Tom Stevens and William McLaughlin. Tom Stevens last time around put in the fastest lap of anyone, though. And Sheldon, when you start seeing drivers trade fastest laps back and forth, that's how you know you got a good race on your hands.
Absolutely. It means that there's competition. That's what we love to see here in kart racing. Across the stripe, though, William McLaughlin going to take that fastest lap back here, the 52.750. So we got just a minute and 30 seconds remaining, plus the 2 laps to decide it all here for the Supermaster Heat. Tell you one thing, William McLaughlin is trying everything he can to pull away from Tom Stevens here, but Stevens is just staying right in the wake of that 56 kart. It looks like Stevens is running a little bit tighter radius here on the corners too, doing a little bit better of a job getting that kart to stick up right by the curbing.
He was 0.3 faster last lap than William McLaughlin. So Tom Stevens, I think, has said, you know what? Early on, I'm not too stressed about it, and we'll see how this goes through as we watch and continue along into the mix. And
oh, he's there, right up to the back bumper.
Yeah, look at that.
A great drive here from Tom Stevens, putting himself back into the hunt here for the lead. A little bit of contact there coming onto the back straightaway. McLaughlin going to get the advantage. Stevens has to crack the throttle to keep the thing pointed right. I don't think this is over, not by a long shot, though. They're going to come to the line here to take 2 laps to go. And I think Tom Stevens can rally back here. Just looks like Stevens has a little bit better handle on that 8 kart right now. A little bit tighter through each of these corners. Right up by the curbing is the 8. And I feel like that's giving him really good drive off to get him back to the rear bumper of the 56 machine.
Let's see here as they go along into the first sector of the track around to the left. Let's see all the way to the right here, the 180 hairpin right, coming back 180 left. That contact lost a lot of momentum through, but I got to wonder, can Tom Stevens close that back out to McLaughlin? But he's lost a bit of touch there. The slipstream isn't going to be near as powerful right now as it would be if he was a bit closer coming through Daytona. McLaughlin holding that lead here. Let's see how it closes through this third sector of the track. You can see the different lines very, very clearly here. And as we come through around for the white flag, 1 lap to go. Don't get confused by the checkered flag jacket. The white flag waving is what you need to care about. And the gap opened up to about a second here with 1 lap to go.
Down to 1, William McLaughlin with the biggest lead he's had all morning here in this heat. The advantage still through 2 and 3, now into turn 4. And I think Tom Stevens is going to need a really big mistake out of the 56 kart of William McLaughlin, but here's the problem. William McLaughlin rarely makes mistakes as he rallies it up here onto the back straightaway. The 56 kart with over a second advantage now into Daytona. Down through the last chute in to the hairpin. And I think this thing is about done and dusted. William McLaughlin with the advantage here through the last couple of corners. And across the stripe, it's going to be the 56 kart winning the 2-6 Supermaster Heat.
Great run there from the 56 to win the Supermaster Heat through. Tom Stevens in second. Joseph Stevens ends up in third, and Wesley Bullock will be our 4th place kart coming through to finish the run. Consistent lap times from Wesley Bullock. Very, very impressive to see here going through. But that is our first heat through in the run as we get our official results here coming up. And I gotta say, if that's how they are across 7 minutes, when we add 5 more minutes to that, I have a feeling that McLaughlin and Stevens are going to be racing very, very hard into the final run.
So if William McLaughlin get up, if Stevens didn't get up into the back bumper McLaughlin there and really bottle up the momentum of that 8 kart, I feel like that would have been one heck of a battle for the win of this heat.
Agree completely, and he'll remember that from that run and make some mental notes to not do that again as they go along here. So we shuffle from that class of Supermasters. Again, as a reminder, just for those of you who don't remember, Supermasters is 60 years and older in age. So we pivot from them into 206 Junior, which is our ages 12 to 15 here, where we'll see what happens. We have a little bit of a note here to make. Kendall Collins was disqualified from qualifying for being light in the scales. I talked about those weights earlier today. And Sheldon, if you don't make weight, you get DQ'd from the session. So Kendall Collins DQ'd from the session in 206 Junior qualifying. Will be starting from the rear.
Is that with the driver or without the driver?
That is with the driver.
Should have maybe had a couple extra bottles of water there before qualifying.
Let's see here as we get going along here. Let's talk about how our starting lineup will go as the karts get ready to roll. You see everybody's ready. They're waiting, but we got to wait on them to give them the signal to go. Here we go. Gates open. Release the herd. Let's get ready for 206 Junior for their only heat of the day. Parker Dunn, Tyler Nash Turner leading out the front row. Gavin Dyer, Nolan Wade will start behind. Emmett King and Maxon Klebe will be in P6. Hendrick McKay in 7th, 8th place. Coming across is Maximus Stewart. P9 here, Jiju Sivakumar and Eli Marsh. Your top 10 from there, Blake Bachma, Isaiah Maxey, and Kendall Collins starting in the rear.
So I like to take the smart approach to these things. I'll let you read off all the names so that I can watch you stumble to figure out how to pronounce everything. Then I just go with what you say.
I know that Max and Klebe is Max and Klebe, but for some reason I always read it and think it's something different. And
you always want to pronounce the E at the end there. The E's silent, buddy.
I know, but it still throws me off. So it doesn't matter. If Klebe wins one, I will eat the words.
Or is the E silent? I couldn't tell you, man. Look, I went to Virginia and school in Virginia, and English not necessarily the strong suit around here in my local community. We got a lot of Ward Burton-like characters around here.
You're not wrong there. As we come through side by side into the tram lines, there is a pretty big gap there, and they're going to tell them, whoa it up. No, we get the green flag. We're racing. Couple karts there in the back that were off the pace, but we get sent green. We are going. We are live for 7 minutes plus 2 laps here for the 206 Junior heats. And up front, Nash, Turner, Dunn, Dyer, Wade, King, your top 5, all battling it out here as they go through. Good shuffles up in the front. Everyone looking for a pass where they can as they head along here into the left-hander. Down the back stretch we go. And one kart off to the side there did not make it through the pace lap. That was Maximus Stewart, who did not make it through the pace lap and is pulled off there to the side in the middle of the corner. Through Daytona we go. And right now, Sheldon, everyone holding on here pretty good up in the front.
Oh, a little bit of contact there. Battle for second place starting to ramp up. Bumper to bumper. A shot out of the way here. And definitely not a happy driver sitting in second place is Gavin Dyer. He was got a little displeased there with the third place for the 24 machine of Tyler Nash Turner. Down through one, the 371 machine of Parker Dunn with the advantage by just a kart length and some change over Gavin Dyer in the 405 machine.
Tell you what, seeing Gavin Dyer not happy there, that gives me an indication of how this Saturday is going to go, because Tyler Nash Turner, was giving him the business with the front bumper of that kart coming along here. So Gavin Dyer not happy at all and says, you know what, we can catch Parker Dunn if you'll just stop that nonsense. Coming through the left-hander here, turn 11 on the day, and we'll see as we come through the final
there it is.
corners. Here we go. Let's see.
And Turner gives another shot to the back of the 405 card of Gavin Dyer. And I don't think these two are going to be too friendly with each other here this season if this is how we're starting off.
You know, usually karting, everyone is very friendly, very nice, but as soon as the helmet goes on, you have no friends. Even your teammates, you're nice to your teammates to an extent, but look at the ramp over the curb. Gavin Dyer closing in on the back of Dunn. Look at this with a run coming through as he goes through. So he's very fast in the corners. The straightaways is where I think Gavin Dyer's losing a little pace. Look at the tuck from Tyler Nash Turner here, Sheldon. They're looking for a move. Let's see what happens out of Daytona.
You know, the thing I've noticed, Gavin seems to be a lot better into the braking zones, able to send the kart in a little bit deeper. But on the flip side of that, I'm noticing up at the front of the pack, though, Parker Dunn's just way better getting to the throttle sooner, getting the drive off. And as we see Tyler Nash giving Gavin the business again through the hairpin. That seems to be the only real weak point there as well for the 405 card of Gavin Dyer. As we got side-by-side action now for third, Tyler Nash Turner going at it with Henrik McKay.
Yeah, Henrik McKay here coming through. Tyler Nash Turner, you saw side by side a little bit of wheel contact there. Here's the thing. If those two start battling, they lose touch to the top two. And Gavin Dyer is right on the back of Parker Dunn. But here's the thing. If those two start battling, they reel everyone else back in. And all of a sudden, your 2-kart battle for the lead turns into a 6-kart battle for the lead going through, as the top 4 are separated by only 7/10 when they crossed the line last time through. But you can see right now, 5th place and 6th place not that far away in the making as we go through.
I can tell you right now, though, Gavin Dyer is probably the biggest Henrik McKay fan in the field, because if there's anything that he's probably saying under his breath right now, is somebody please get that 24 card away from me as they go side by side here for the lead. Down to the bottom of the track, here comes Gavin Dyer up with the advantage.
Great
good
move by
launch
Gavin
there.
Dyer. Great move from him.
Look at how fast that 405 card is right now.
Yeah, let's see if he can maintain, though. That's the thing. It's one thing to get up to the front. It's another to maintain that front run. But here's the thing. Tyler Nash Turner, if he starts running Gavin Dyer or Parker Dunn the way he was Gavin Dyer, we might see some fireworks come through. Daytona, new leader right now is Gavin Dyer, coming down into the 180 left-hander of turn 11 we go. And, well, watch this. Tyler Nash Turner is very quick through this sector. Little bit of a checkup from everyone. And as we come across the line, watch how they come across here. Will it be a peek to the inside from Parker Dunn? Parker Dunn going to go outside. Gavin Dyer puts the kart in the middle. Defensive. Hendrick McKay to the inside of Tyler Nash Turner. That's a swap for P3.
Henrik McKay's been putting some pretty good lap times up here, and he was all over the back bumper. Tyler Nash Turner. It'll be interesting to see what happens if he can get a little bit of clean real estate here to try and get up to second place. But I don't think the 24 car to Tyler Nash Turner is going to let him have it that easy. We've seen how aggressive he is early in this heat, and I don't expect that to die down just yet.
Coming through Daytona we go, and let's see here how it closes up. This third sector seems to really swing in the favor of the karts behind versus the leader. And look at that, bumper to bumper going through. Third place, though, Hendrick McKay right on the back of Parker Dunn going through, and now down the front chute we go. Tyler Nash Turner has lost touch. We go side by side for the lead. Here it is to the inside. Is it a 2-for-1 special? It looks like Gavin Dyer holds on.
Parker Dunn went to try and make the move and then gave up the bottom lane coming into turn 1, and that gave Henrik McKay an opportunity to take a peek to the inside. Now they are side by side still for second place. A little bit of contact. One kart swinging wide here onto the front straightaway. Sorry, the back stretch. And this is working out beautifully for Gavin Dyer because he's able to pull away while these guys are fighting for the scraps.
And that's going to be important for him coming through here. Gavin Dyer trying to build any momentum he can as this battle for second. Parker Dunn, McKay, Tyler Nash Turner continues to heat up going through. Let's see. Is it a move for second this run? It's not. They stay single file here. 45 seconds left to go on the timer. So call it 3 laps to go at this point. I don't believe we'll get a bonus lap. When they cross the line, it should be 2 to go next time by, coming through in this first sector. Again, this is where Gavin Dyer has been quick. If you remember back a few minutes ago, that's where he was closing the gap to Parker Dunn to set up the pass. The third sector is where he's the weakest. So he's opening up in the first. He's closing out in the third. He's just got to kind of play the accordion well. If he can play a good little tune on that accordion gap, he'll have a great time here coming into the final sector of the track here. And yeah, there's that gap closing as they'll come across the line. And let's see, do we get to go signal, or do we get a bonus lap this time around? Taking a look here, no, it is going to be a bonus lap. Here we go. It's actually 3 to go this time by.
And down to turn 1 with the advantage right now is Gavin Dyer side by side behind for second place off center. Parker Dunn hanging on to P2 with Henrik McKay all over the back bumper, the 371 cart. Through the last couple corners here before we get onto the back straightaway and chase it down into Daytona. Dyer still with the advantage, a cart length separating him from second place.
Coming into Daytona they go here, and well, this is going to be where I kind of get nervous for Dyer at this point, Sheldon. I think
they touched a little bit of contact there.
He's been. Ooh, watch out for how this is going to end. We're coming in 2 to go.
They hit again there, coming to the start-finish line, but Gavin Dyer going to hang on for now. 2 laps remaining, but he's got a rear bumper full of Parker Dunn. Dunn dives down to the bottom end with the crossover. Here comes the machine of Dyer again, but gets the door shut in his face. Parker Dunn taking the lead back over here with 2 to go.
Here we go, coming through into the first sector. Dive back to the inside, though, for Gavin Dyer. Trying to switch it back through, trying to hold on. And watch out for Henrik McKay and Tyler Nash Turner all in the mix of this as well. You see, looks over the shoulders, tucking helmets down. Top 6 separated by nothing coming through as they go along. And let's see, into Daytona, we come along. This is going to be white flag next time by. Here we go.
Oh, they touch. Here he comes down to the inside. Going back up on the top now, back to the inside again. A little bit of wheel contact here across the stripe. This time, it's going to be done by a nose, and they're going to be side by side. It looks like we might go 3 wide into turn 1. No, they think better of it. Parker Dunn with the advantage. I think Tyler Nash Turner just took second back over. Here comes the machine of Gavin Dyer, though, back to shut the door in his face as they work here through the last couple corners, getting back onto the back straightaway. Dunn with the advantage still. And it is complete pandemonium here for the top 5. I can't tell you who's going to finish where, but we're on the backstretch here for the final time.
Look at this, Dunn Dyer with a run here through the bus stop into Daytona they go. And it's the 371 over the 405. Let's see here. Nash Turner wants to think about a send to the inside. Isn't going to go for it. A little bit of a run here. What will it be to the line? Trying to dive to the inside goes Dyer. Dunn defends it well. Coming through, final straightaway. Is it a last lap run? And it's not. Dunn will go over Gavin Dyer for the win. Tyler Nash Turner able to hold on to P3. Hendrik McKay in 4th. Nolan Wade 5th. Emmett King 6th. Maxon Clive in P7. Gigi Sivakumar in P8. Kendall Collins, Blake Bachma, and Eli Marsh. The 11 carts finishing 206 junior in top 6, separated by just a second and a half. Top 4 finished nose to tail across the line.
Man,
wow.
How about that? 3 cart battle for the win. The entire race. That was amazing. 206 Junior is definitely going to be one to circle here later today, because that's going to be one heck of a show to watch.
Cannot wait to see it here later today. Just as a reminder, their final isn't scheduled till about 2:40 p.m. Eastern time here on the run. So you got some time till you see them again. But I tell you what, if that's how they ran the heat today, that final is going to be fireworks. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see, and I wish I was a fly on the wall on the scale line to know what those top 5 are talking about.
And I gotta say, I gotta give a huge bit of props to Gavin Dyer there, though. Showed really great racecraft. You know, he had the opportunity in that the last couple corners to really send it off that back straightaway into the back bumper of Parker Dunn and move him up out of the way. And he thought better of it. You know, he lifted low early, tried to get the drive off the corner instead of, you know, pushing the guy through the corner and maybe throw him offline. And, you know, that's the kind of give and take that, you know, gets respected here in racing.
Well, I think the thing to remember, too, is that they have the final to run later today. So I think he's thinking long picture probably as well and thinking, you know, I got to get through this heat and get to the final later. So maybe he's just deciding to play nice now to see if he can get some help getting away from Tyler Nash Turner later. We'll see how 206 Junior plays out this afternoon. But next, it's 206 Masters coming up on the run. And well, when we look at how 206 Masters qualified, J. Brian Williams had a great run this morning going through, holding on to the front. And again, this was a top 4 that were separated by 0.6 of a second. So you've got 4 karts, I think, the front 2 rows that are all going to be very much in competition with each other. And the thing they have to remember, though, is if they battle too hard, they're inviting everyone behind to have a bit of a battle with them. So I think really my watch for this is going to be Evan McCorkindale starting P3. I think McCorkindale is going to be in a good position here in the 206 Masters to have a good run for his day. I think for him, it's just going to be a matter of kind of working his way past people. And of course, he's the defending champion. So I feel like you're hard pressed to go against that number 19. Karts roll out on track here, and let's take a look at your starting lineup as they go here. It's J. Brian Williams leading off Troy Toney. Again, your defending champion here at the Indy Karting Challenge. Evan McCorkindale in 206 Masters starting P3. Chad King starting 4th. It is Jesse Bullock starting 5th. Tom Harleman, Mike Balker, Nick Bailey, Jason Imhoff, and Tonka Jahari, who did not put in a qualifying lap, will start out 10th place on the field. And it doesn't look like I actually see Tonka Jahari there. Jason Imhoff, though, unfortunately spinning in the first couple of corners there in that number 66 and beaching it on the curb, trying to get the kart back rolling as the field is going down into the back straightaway here, heading towards the bus stop in Daytona.
So who's your favorite here, buddy?
Evan McCorkindale. That is absolutely who I'm putting my money on at this point.
No, man, I feel like Troy Toney. I mean, it's so difficult to pick any one of these 3, though. I mean, J. Brian Williams is absolutely blisteringly fast in the qualifying. But these 3 up here, you know, J. Brian Williams, Troy Toney, Evan McCorkindale, these are guys that you get used to seeing them lean on each other, move each other out of the way. You know, they're as aggressive as it gets, but they, you know, somehow manage to keep a smile on their face while they do it and put on one heck of a show. And it's almost impossible to figure out which one's going to be on top week in and week out.
We'll certainly see what happens here as the Masters get ready to roll through the tram lines. And it's green flag. We're going racing here through J. Brian Williams, Troy Toney. Hold on there. The green helmet of Evan McCorkindale there to the inside, trying to take a look. He's trying to go early for a pass there around. He's going to force wide. He's trying to make a move stick, and that he does. Evan McCorkindale works his way up to P2 here early on, and that is going to be J. Brian Williams, who shuffled from 1st to 3rd in the space of about 3 corners coming through the back stretch for the first time. It'll be Troy Toney leading McCorkindale. Troy Toney looks over the shoulder, knows that's McCorkindale behind. Let's see how the battle goes into Daytona here for the first time.
And here comes McCorkindale all over the back bumper here of Troy Toney here through the last couple corners across the start-finish lines. We get the current run order, and it's Troy Toney up at the top of the board with Evan McCorkindale 2nd, J. Brian Williams down to 3rd. Chad King hanging on to P4 with Tom Harmon rounding out the top 5. Side by side, though, McCorkindale trying to build the arc through the corner to get a good launch. Trying to get to the inside here of the machine of Troy Toney. Troy Toney running defensive here through the double left-handers, now into the right hand. And Tony's going to be a hard pass for McCorkindale. That's somebody that is not afraid to make that kart about 5-6 lanes wide if he has to.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he goes through. Troy Toney does have a YouTube, by the way, if you're interested. So we'll have to look for Troy Toney, where he goes through and along here. He's got some good runs. He won the perfect lap challenge back in October and won $500. So that's an important thing to remember as well for him. He is a driver that has some good experience here running through, and he's beat Evan McCorkindale before in the Indy Karting Challenge by 3 milliseconds last year. He beat Evan McCorkindale to win in the 206 senior heavy division last year. So that is going to be one of those to watch for him as he goes through. I'm interested to see what happens between these two, as they very much know how to race each other. Both are local to the area. This is their local track, so they know the track well, they know the run well, they know what they need to do. It's just a matter of execution on the day as they come through into the final corners. Down the straightaway we go. You see McCorkindale trying to line that up a little bit straighter, as there goes around
one around.
Brian Williams. J. Brian Williams in P3 around. We'll see how far that drops him down the order. And it drops him all the way down the order, unfortunately, for J. Brian Williams. That is heartbreak for him on the day.
Front of the pack, though, right now, Troy Tony still trying to hold off the hard-charging 19 machine of McCorkindale. Starting to get a little bit of an advantage here. A couple kart links now separating them, coming into the hairpin back onto Daytona. Troy Tony's going to close it up here on this back half of the track. It just looks like that 19 kart's digging a little bit better through these more technical sectors.
Down the front straightaway they go here, holding through bumper to bumper. Let's see into turn one. McCorkindale trying to get a bit more of a run here. Look over the shoulder there from Troy Tony, trying to see where McCorkindale's at here. I think they've realized that it's just these two going through, that they've lost touch with J. Brian Williams. They may not know that he's spun behind unless they are listening to the broadcast in their ears, which I don't advise for them going through. So we'll see here where they get going along, as we see Tony McCorkindale still running through into Daytona. Tell you what, I would love to be on a GoPro right now on the front of these karts and really get to see how it feels to send it through Daytona like that, because you know they carry pace, they carry a run here. Still 2 minutes 50 seconds left to go as they cross the line, and these two are not leaving each other alone. Fastest lap of the entire race so far from Evan McCorkindale last lap.
I've watched some of these guys' YouTube laps around this track, and this place looks exciting. We see about for the lead right now, though, as I go to change the subject. Door to door, here comes the machine of McCorkindale taking the lead over from Troy Tony with what looked like a simple pass, but here comes Tony back to the bottom with the crossover. Now is there going to be a switchback? Yes, there is. Here comes McCorkindale back to the bottom on the backstretch.
Look at them look at each other and just laugh. They are having fun here. I would imagine that there's some laughing going through as they switched one way, switched the other, and switched the third. And it is McCorkindale ahead of Tony here. And you saw Troy Tony trying to kind of bump the kart a little bit, get a little bit more pace coming out of that 206 engine. Wasn't able to, but he gave the position up into the bus stop here. So McCorkindale over Tony now as they cross the line here. And here we go. This battle isn't over. It's not done. Let's watch through this first third of the track how they handle it through. I would imagine Tony's going to try to force McCorkindale to go for a switchback through and then a switchback around, because if you can do a switchback to back to back, makes a big difference here. And you see how much that gap closes between Tony and McCorkindale coming through this sector of the track.
All over the back bumper here, coming down to the back straightaway. McCorkindale with the advantage, a kart link separating him from Troy Tony. Down to the quick right-hander right before we enter Daytona. Through Daytona, the 19 machine of Evan McCorkindale with the advantage now into the hairpin. Here comes Troy Tony back to the rear bumper, not able to get close enough to take a swing for it out of the final corner. It's going to be McCorkindale leading again, 1 minute and 2 laps remaining here.
Looking for a pass, Troy Tony was that time around, wasn't able to get the pass done, but he was certainly thinking about it going through. Let's see, does he set anything up into the back half of the first sector heading towards the back stretch? He's right there, but he's just not able to capitalize and get that pass done, but he's still right there. A little bit slow out of the corner for McCorkindale. Tony not able to capitalize at the moment. And now down the back stretch we go here. Gap still maintaining right there at about a kart to 2 kart lengths variance going along through Daytona. Here we go. Sheldon, this is the point where we are going to see 3 to go this time by. This is going to get interesting.
They're bumper to bumper again out of the final corner and across the stripe. Corkadale still hanging on to the lead. A peek down to the inside, though. Here comes Troy Tony. Not going to let him have it easy. Falls back in line here. Didn't have the run. I think right now he's trying to force McCorkadale to run defensive. And Troy Tony is here. He is just about a half kart separating the two of them here as he works to the final corners onto the back straightaway. A swing wide there for Troy Tony. Loses a little bit of momentum. It's a good launch out of the final corner, though. Trying to tuck back up with the slipstream here as he gets ready to enter Daytona.
Coming through
McCorkadale
Daytona.
just doing what McCorkadale does best.
He's just being consistent and steady here, which is really going to be his big goal right now. As Troy Tony is just all over the back, and I think Troy Tony is practicing for this right here, the final corner run to the line. They'll cross the line, 2 laps to go here, and you see right on that back bumper with a bit of slipstream. He can get close, but he's not going for a send down turn 1. I think he's waiting for next time by white flag to be out here as we go through. He's holding on to it. I think Troy Tony realized from that switch back to back to back with about 3 minutes to go that if he goes for a pass too early, he has no way to defend from getting repassed. So he's going to force the issue to be on McCorkindale for that same moment here for a pass to pass back to pass back. And we'll see how the pass back with a back and a pass back can go. Coming through Daytona, we go that 444 of Tony right on the back coming through. There'll be white flag this time around here, Sheldon.
I think that's a world record on kart chases too for the amount of times that the word back has been used in a single lap. So setting all kinds of records up here today, are we, Brad? But here we are, bumper to bumper through the white flag into turn 1 and a peek down to the bottom. Here comes Troy Tony. Not going to be able to get there to make contact, though. McCorkadale is going to swing wide through turns 1 and through turn 2. And he's going to maintain the lead for now as we work through the quick left-hand, right-hand combo. McCorkadale with the advantage here through the right-hander. Now back into the last left-hand before we reach the back straightaway. And it's going to be a decent-sized advantage here from McCorkadale. Troy Tony trying to use the slipstream to pull up. Going to get closer here. Closer than he's been the last couple laps here into Daytona. It's bumper to bumper, getting ready to go into the last couple of corners.
He's got to go for a send here soon. No send into 11 in the downhill with the uphill run. Here we go. This is going to be the switch into the final corners. Here we go to the line, and it is going to be Tony who gets the pass in the final corner. And across the line, Troy Tony will pick up the win over Evan McCorkindale with a beautiful last corner pass. Chad King will come across the line in P3, and J. Brian Williams here, after his heartbreaking run early on, will recover up into 4th place, still down from starting in 1st, and then it's Jesse Bullock, Mike Balker, and Tom Harleman, the 7 karts, finishing out this race.
That was a heartbreaking way to start things off for J. Brian Williams. One thing to note, I mean, he had a comparable lap to the leader there on the final lap. And to get up to 4th after having the car parked in the wrong direction on the 2nd lap is impressive, to say the least.
It's a great recovery, and we'll have to see if he's able to capitalize into the final race. If he can get any sort of recovery drive through, it'll be very important for him as well to try to go through for a win, because that would be a great recovery and a great weekend story for him, honestly. Coming up next here after 206 Masters, of course, is 206 Cadets. We shift gears again from some of our oldest racers to our youngest racers. And if you don't remember qualifying at 10:30 this morning, well, let's remind you really quick how this happened going through. It was Leet Simonelli, it was Grayson Waite, it was Diesel Maxwell, it was Jackson McNeely, James Fox, Kyler Hendrickson, Miles Hale, Christopher Heinzen, Luke Sutherian, and Bo Laser, who got a DQ for being light in the scales. Bo Laser, who had such great pace, he got DQ'd. He will start tail end Charlie of the field. If Bo Laser can have a great recovery drive here in the 206 Cadets, I think that'll be great to see where he can go through. Again, as a reminder, James Fox in that number 12 cart is your defending champion going through after drop rounds, but without drop rounds, it would be Jackson McNeely. Jackson McNeely picking up more points last season than James Fox, because he was here for one extra event than James Fox. So they are very, very closely ran. Bo Laser in third, Diesel Maxwell, a name that is very well and familiar to anyone here at Whiteland going through. So I think Diesel Maxwell might be one to really watch here and see what he can do for the run going through. And I hate to report, ladies and gentlemen, but Diesel Maxwell has gotten rid of the Mohawk. I do not see the Mohawk on Diesel Maxwell.
You know, when I thought the world was healing, I was expecting Diesel Maxwell to have a Mohawk, but I guess we're back to square one here.
I'm going to do some digging and figure out where Diesel Maxwell's Mohawk went. Give me a second. I will call in some favors and find some friends here as the 206 Cadet grid rolls here. Simonellic and Grayson Waite, the top two again. Let's see what happens here. But again, I think all eyes have to go back to that 181 of Bo Laser and P10 and the recovery drive that will be from that 181. Coming through the first couple corners here, going through again. This is their outlap on the day. So let's take a look and see how they go along for the run. Everyone seems to have it together. I don't see any calamities here of this formation lap. Again, a reminder, it's very cold here in Whiteland. It's only just now getting into the 40-degree range. So I mean, you're driving on ice cubes at this point in the karts, and you're coming through, and these drivers are just really trying to keep things together as they come through. They've already formed it up here, heading into turn 11, heading into the final corners. You see them getting the signal to slow down. Let's see, will they get the green flag to go around? They still have to go down the straight into the tram line, still getting the signals to slow down. They're in a very good grouping right now, and you see the signal from Leet Simonellic to slow it down as we come towards the tram lines. Do we get green this time? Let's see. They're getting the signal. Slow it way down. They're still not slow enough for the liking. Let's see. Will they get the go signal? And it's green. We're racing. Oh, and already calamity up front. That is going to be Grayson Waite, who is spud around there, and another cart around as well. And you see the hand go up. What happened there? That was the 767 of Christopher Heinzen, who was also around. But up front, that is going to let Leet Simonellic get a good runaway here early on.
Simonellic has a massive advantage here, just about a second separating him from second place. As perfect as it gets there if you're in the 189 machine.
That it is here. Let's keep an eye on the first run as it goes, and coming through into the final corner. That's a good gap here for the lead. Will it stay that way, though, is my question as we go through. And, well, here we go. Crossing the line for the first time. Let's get a reset on who's
we were wrong,
where.
actually. It's Grayson Waite that's leading right now.
It was Simonellic that spun.
Oh, no. Well, it's the exact opposite of what I said there. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen there at the start there for the 189 machine to lead Simonellic, but plenty of time remaining, and, you know, this is just qualifying. I mean, track position's everything, but, you know, there is optimism. Still plenty of time left in the day for Leet Simonellic to make some noise, but Grayson Waite walking away from the field now.
Just a little over a second advantage on these guys behind him. James Fox did a good job rallying those, sitting there in P2. Couple kart links back, starting to try and close the advantage here through the airpin.
Watch out for Bo Laser. He's moved his way up into 4th place so far, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him get some more moves around. Miles Hale drops down to 8th. That lets Simonellic and Jackson McNeely move their positions up. Grayson Waite here up in the front. James Fox, the fastest kart on track, closed half a second to Grayson on the last lap, and then Diesel Maxwell holding 3rd at the moment here. Bo Laser, again, that 4th place kart and track right behind Diesel Maxwell. We'll see if they work together or not. Those are AMAX teammates, and again, AMAX, one of the local teams here to this K1 circuit. So let's see how they work along here. And Diesel Maxwell, also an AMAX driver. Laser is McNeely and Lead Simonellic in Cadet. They are all AMAX drivers. I've sent out a message to AMAX to figure out what they did with Diesel Maxwell's Mohawk.
James Fox all over the back bumper here of your race leader, Grayson Waite, closing the advantage rapidly as the 12 machine taking a peek down to the bottom into turn 1, and now James Fox going to take over the lead. Grayson Waite thinks about crossing it back over. Waite going to fall back in line here, though. Where did James Fox find the momentum?
Great momentum coming through from there. We'll see if he can hold on to it, though, as Grayson there in the green helmet will stick behind. Let's see if he can find any runs. And Laser's closed up the gap quite a bit as well as Diesel Maxwell. They have continued to close up. Leet Simonellic up into 5th place and McNeely up into 6th. Again, they both got past Kyler Hendrickson. So I don't think we're done shuffling positions. And with 3 minutes, 45 seconds left to go, plus 2 laps, there's still plenty of time for things to change here.
Down here to the back half of the track, working through the final corner. James Fox working on building him an advantage here. 0.5 of a second separating him from Grayson Waite in 2nd place. Waite now falling into the clutches of Bo Laser. Bo Laser charging through the field, started shotgun after the penalty. Post-qualifying up to 3rd, taking a peek, trying to make something happen here for 2nd place, and he is hounding the back bumper of the 5 machine of Waite.
Sticking right on that back bumper here of Waite. Let's see what he can do going along. He peeks to the inside. He's right there with the pace. And let's see here, coming in through the bus stop through Daytona, Bo Laser. I think he'll go for a pass here, probably into 11 if I had to guess. Not close enough. Still about 2 kart lengths back there as he goes through into the final corners, but he's got to run. He's got pace up the inside in the final corner. Now that's a good move. And Bo Laser will move up into 2nd. Give a round of applause for Bo Laser. 10th to 2nd with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to spare. He's going for the lead here. Bo Laser going for the win here.
And across the stripe that time, too, you know, while battling for 2nd place, was just a couple hundredths of a second off of the pace that James Fox has put on here at the front. I think Bo Laser has got, if he can just make no mistakes and get that charge going, I think that he's got a good chance at winning this thing. 2 minutes remaining plus 2 laps. There's a lot of time left in this heat.
Let's see what happens here through Daytona. Here we go. Watch that gap continue to close. Bo Laser looks very much laser focused right now. There's the pun for this race. Going through and along down the front stretch. Gap was 8.5 tenths last time over. Now it's 6 tenths. 6 1/4 of a tenth of a second, 0.625 as they go through. Here we go. Let's watch that gap continue to close a little bit here. Going in 1:30 left to go, plus 2 laps. Call it 4 laps to go this time by, and we'll see how that goes. And here's the thing to watch with Bo. He's pulling Grayson along with him as he goes. So the more Bo Laser runs through, Grayson is keeping that slipstream behind, and we're seeing how important that slipstream is, Sheldon. It's making a big difference for him here.
It's absolutely huge. Also, it was 0.2 of a second faster that lap for Bo Laser over James Fox. See what the times are here. This lap doesn't look like Bo making too big of a carve into the race lead that 12 of James Fox has put on here. Fox over through these last couple corners across the stripe this time. Lap time wise, it's going to be a 52 flat for James Fox. Bo Laser a little bit off there, just a 10th off. Falls back to 0.7 of a second for the advantage for James Fox. And Grayson Waite still all over the back bumper, just a couple kart links back from the 5 machine of Waite.
And this is going to be
And
the
there's
case.
a 3-car train right here behind them. The battle for fourth, led by Diesel Maxwell.
Yeah, Maxwell, McNeely, and Leet Simonelik, they've been keeping a great little battle going behind. I think they would really appreciate these top three getting a battle going, because if they do, then they can start closing the door as well. So we come through Daytona here. That gap's still looking fairly consistent right now as we'll come down into the final corners here. Do we get a bonus lap? Let's see. It looks like... From my side, the answer is yes. So yes, we do. We have 3 laps to go this time by here. And again, gap closing about a 1/10 between James Fox and Bo Laser. With this bonus lap, can Bo Laser get a little bit of extra time given to him in order to get that pass for the lead? Let's see how it plays out.
Oh, looks like he's closing in here a little bit. The gap starting to diminish here. Is James Fox losing the handle on the 12 kart?
It's hard to tell at this point what may be happening between these top 3, because they're so evenly matched and they're really not... Nobody's really showing a weakness anywhere that I can see. There's nowhere where I see a clear advantage one kart to the other. Popsicle sticks, 2 to go in the air as they come along. Fastest kart on track is the number 5 of Grayson there in P3. He ran a 51.804. Now, for comparison, it was a 51.811 from Bo Laser, but James Fox 52.0 last time through. So a quarter-second gain between James Fox and Bo Laser, but all of a sudden, all of that gap is just washed away in through the first sector going along. This is where things get very, very exciting. Look over the shoulder here. James Fox, here we go. Bo Laser has dumped the lead weights. He is going for it into Daytona. Let's see here. He's going to look outside. He's not going to make it. He's going to switch back through. Grayson Waite wants to come along as well. Grayson Waite goes
there's a wreck. Final corner.
Fox.
Oh, no.
And Bo
Cross
Laser.
straight. No, it's James Fox. It's Bo Laser that was in that wreck there. Got tangled up with a lap car. Oh. That one's going to hurt, because that was such a great charge that Bo put together. So much pace in that 181 machine. And unfortunately, gets taken out here. That's going to hand it over, though. James Fox with a sizable advantage over Grayson Waite in second place. Down the back straightaway through Daytona here for the final time. Into the quick left-hander, now into the hairpin. No contest from behind, through the final corner and across the stripe to win the 206 Cadet Heat. It's going to be the 12 machine of James Fox.
Bo Laser, you have to feel for him so deeply at that point. I mean, he was genuinely in a position to have that win there, going for the run. And for James Fox, I mean, what more could you ask for at that point? Going through, Grayson Waite in second, McNeely, Diesel Maxwell in fourth, Bo Laser in fifth, Kyler Hendrickson, Miles Hale, Christopher Hines, and Leet Simonelik, and Luke Sutherland. Your 10 karts here in the 206 Cadet Heat. Wow, and I apologize. I genuinely did think that was James Fox going around there at the moment. I did not realize that was Bo Laser going through. You have to feel for Bo Laser.
And I think, I don't know, just, I haven't seen a replay. You know, it just, you know, it happened so fast. It's kind of hard to track what exactly happened in the instant. But, you know, it's small little mistakes like that. Bo was really charged and trying to get in there. And, you know, sometimes you step on your own toes and it doesn't work out in your favor. And it's really a rough break for the driver of that 181 kart. But, you know, there's one thing that he can take home after that. Bo Laser is absolutely, once you get some heat into the tires, get some laps down, got to be the fastest car in the field. Good news for him. You know, he did that coming from 10th place on the grid. Finishing 5th place in the heat, barring any lead weights being dumped on the back straightaway, as you alluded to there. He'll be starting, you know, in 5th place. You know, he'll be a lot closer when it comes race time than he was in the heat.
I just went back and rewatched the replay here. Unfortunately, that is going to be on Bo Laser. He lost it in the braking zone and got into that lap down kart trying to outbrake Fox going through. But we'll touch on that later. Let's shift gears here to KA Junior. Andrew Avalos, Nolan Wade in the top, Jordan Lepine in third, Gavin Dyer in fourth, Jiju Sivakumar in P5, Tyler Nash Turner in sixth, Ed Tamaru in seventh, and Hendrick McKay. The 8 karts that will take on the KA Junior Heat. And if some of these names sound familiar to your 206 Junior, they probably should, because it's the same weight, same class, different engine. No surprise here to see some of these drivers pulling double duty today.
I feel so bad for Bo, man. That's so fast.
That is karting for you, though. It can go north, it can go south, it can go all the way around. We'll see here what happens in KA Junior. Is it the same storyline, or will we have something different here as Avalos and Nolan Wade lead them to the line? Into the tram lines they go, and will they get the green flag? Yes, they do. We are indeed racing here for the KA Junior Heat at the K1 circuit in Whiteland, Indiana, and it's a great run so far from everyone through the first couple of corners. Everyone keeping it together, moving through, and Wade and Jordan Lepine top 2 here as they sit, having a good run along. We'll see here how they continue through. Everybody battling it through the first sector.
Side by side here, down the back straightaway for the lead, down into Daytona. Everybody single files out here, thinks better of it, going through that quick right-hander. Down to the last couple corners here, through the hairpin. Up through the last turn and up to the stripe. Lap 1 going to fall into the hands of the 817 machine of Jordan Lepine. Nolan Wade hanging on, keeping him honest. Bumper to bumper here into turn 1, taking a peek down to the bottom. Big slides for both of your race leaders. They keep them pointed in the right direction, though. Lepine holds strong here through the first sector.
Holding it strong through the first sector has proven to be a key so far today. As the sun is out, things are warming up. And things are continuing to get competitive here through the day as we go through on the back half of our heat schedule at the moment. And watch out for Jiju Sivakumar here in the KA Juniors. I think Sivakumar there in third place is going to be a very competitive kart. You see already a lot of pace coming out of that 808 kart in third. Let's see as they go along down the front stretch how this plays out. And again, still moving through. Sivakumar faster than Nolan Wade the last lap, and Gavin Dyer pulling along as well as we see all the different lines through the first corners, everyone trying to kind of pick their way through this first sector and find where they're fastest and see where they can set up moves. You're also taking notes through the heat about how things can happen in the final, which is really, really important for them as they go through down into the back straightaway here, Sheldon.
And down the back straightaway with the advantage, Jordan Lepine still holding a kart length and a half over Nolan Wade in second place. Jiju Sivakumar holding on strong in third with a train of karts behind. Bumper to bumper here for Sivakumar. A little bit of a shot from behind from Gavin Dyer. Dyer all over the back bumper here, coming out of the final corner, down the front straightaway, across the stripe this time. Gavin Dyer takes the position away from the 808 kart, and Jordan Lepine still holding strong up here at the front.
Holding strong at the front, which is going to be one of the most important parts for Jordan here going through. He needs to try to not have that accordion gap happen that we talked about, where that gap will open and compress and open and compress, because it seems like that accordion turns into a slingshot when it's all said and done and sends you backwards and sends the car behind you forward. So you don't want that to happen. So if you can just be smooth and consistent and maintain that gap, that is going to be important. But here we go. This is going to be where a problem starts to come up, and you see that gap closing. So let's see where this goes along for the run. Here we go. Big battles in the back half of the pack, though.
Yeah, everybody jockeying for position here as we come across the stripe. Just a little under 4 minutes remaining in the session. Jordan Lepine trying to pull away now. The advantage up to 0.5 of a second of the stripe last time. Working through the first section of the track here. Looks like that lead's starting to grow even more here for the 817 machine. Nolan Wade trying, but now a bumper from the 805 machine of Gavin Dyer. A heavy shot there. Now they're side by side for third. Gavin Dyer going at it with Andrew Avalos.
That battle continuing to get very, very strong here. Here we go down the inside. Look at that. The beautiful pass into turn 11. That's a more traditional pass we're used to seeing here at this K1 circuit here in Whiteland. And that was a great move to go through. And that is going to set things up for the next 3 minutes to continue to be a great battle along there between Avalos getting ahead of Nolan Wade and Gavin Dyer up into second place as well. Nolan Wade losing 2 spots in 1 lap. Here we go now. Top 4 have spread out a little bit. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, they're battling it out. And that's Ed Tamaru going very wide there out of the 5th place. I think shuffling all the way back to 8th place, actually, when it's all said and done.
Gavin Dyer now trying to close in on the advantage Jordan LePen has built. 0.8 of a second the last time across the stripe through Daytona. Looks like he's starting to get a little bit closer here, though. Yes, he is. Up to the back bumper here through the final set of corners. 0.4 of a second now separating first place from second place. That lead getting halved in 1 lap here by the 805 machine as he starts to close in the advantage to the back of the 817 machine of Jordan LePen. And Gavin has been so fast here today to start things off.
That is the big key there. Be fast, be consistent, and it makes all the difference on things. So doing a great job so far of just that. So let's see as we go along how this is going to play through. And here we go, up in the front, Dyer and LePen battling it out here as they go through. Avalos is still right there in the mix, though. I would not count out Andrew Avalos at this point at all. Crossing the line, Avalos, fastest kart on track.
A 46.6 right on the nose there for the 807 machine. That's 0.2 of a second up from anybody else's fast lap time. The lead really starting to compress here. The accordion effect you were talking about earlier, I typically refer to as rubber banding. And, well, same thing with rubber band. It always turns into slingshot, bumper to bumper here, coming out onto the back straightaway. A little bit of separation now, closing in the advantage is the 805 machine of Gavin Dyer as he work into Daytona, and everybody's going to be bunched up on top of each other here into the final couple corners.
Into the final couple of corners we go. Let's see how this plays along here. Top 3 going through, and this is going to be a 3-lap to go signal at the moment. Well, maybe. They crossed the line at like 47-ish seconds. Dive for turn 1.
For the
Here
lead.
we go. That's for the lead. Is that for second as well? Is it a 2-for-1 special? It's not. Dyer up to the lead. LePen there in second. Never mind. Avalos up into second. And LePen will drop into third in 3 corners, loses 2 positions.
Starting to get exciting here. 21 seconds plus 2 laps remaining down the back straightaway. Big lead here for Gavin Dyer. And he's just been flying here this weekend.
That he is. He's doing a great job here going along, and let's see if he can continue the momentum as he goes. He seems like he can at the moment, and here we continue it along. 2 to go at this point, and up front, Gavin Dyer just needs to hold some momentum and keep a space. Again, you don't want to accordion that gap, because if you accordion the gap, it turns into a bigger issue.
I think it's the biggest lead we've seen here this heat, too. Gavin really starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Avalos trying to close in that advantage here, but maybe running out of time as we come through the final corner here to say, is this going to be 1 to go? Because I think it was close last time. Yeah, I think it's the white flag lap here.
Is indeed last lap.
Gavin Dyer up to a 0.6 of a second advantage here over Andrew Avalos. And LePen's falling pretty far at the pace here. 1.5 seconds back from your race leader. Working back onto the back straightaway here for the final time. Gavin Dyer with all the distance he needs to comfortably coast into this last sector of the track through Daytona for the final time. Gavin Dyer with the lead down into the end.
And here we go down through final corners, and for Gavin Dyer, it's going to be a great Great run for him here as he goes through. And no, is this the last lap this time through as we still run? No, this is the last lap. Here we go. We got faked out by the timing screen. This is last lap. Gavin Dyer, Andrew Avalos, Jordan Lepin, top 3. So Andrew Avalos might still have a chance here at the win if he can close the gap down.
Got to get to work here, though. Down the backstraight here for the final time. I mean it this time. Andrew Avalos trying to close into the back bumper, the 805 machine of Gavin Dyer, but Gavin Dyer leading with a substantial margin here into the final couple corners, down to the bottom, into the hairpin for the final time. Avalos closing in fast, but running out of time out of the final corner. It's going to be Gavin Dyer winning the KA Junior Heat.
Great run there from Gavin Dyer to win that heat as he goes along. So great move there from him as he goes through. Andrew Avalos in second place, close the gap down to about 0.2 of a second, and we'll see how that plays out in the feature later today. Jordan Lepin in third, Nolan Wade fourth, Tyler Nash Turner in fifth, Ed Tamaru in sixth, Henrik McKay and Jiju Sivakumar finishes last place here on the run today. We have 3 more heats after this. Coming up as a combined heat, senior and masters going through, and let's refresh your memory on this one because there's only 2 masters that are running. Everyone else in the group is a KA senior. So let's look at this. Adam Maxwell for KA senior will lead things off with Lucian Laser in P2. Going in P number 3 is Dane Van Dyke. And then fourth place, Abram Dean, Mason Ward, Andy Zhang, Levi Wilbur, Tyler DeMann, and Danny Cutshaw. Last place here on the field as we go along. Get the carts out and rolling. And Tyler DeMann and Danny Cutshaw, your 2 KA Masters. Everyone else is KA Senior on the group. As carts come through into the final corners here, forming up into the tram lines. They are getting ready to run things along. And again, as a reminder for everyone here as they go, your KA Masters champion is not running here this weekend. It was Joshua Nelson last time out. KA Senior champion AJ Lund not here, but Dane Van Dyke is here, and we are green. We are racing. Let's see how this first run goes through. We're 3 wide in the middle of the pack as we go along, but up front, it is going to be Laser and Maxwell hanging things out up in the front of the field, keeping things moving through. Maxwell in second place there.
Laser with the advantage here down the back straight away with a little bit of a couple cart lengths advantage over Adam Maxwell. I'll tell you what, one to keep your eye on, though, here is going to be that 79 machine of Dane Van Dyke. You know, every time I've been up here in the booth and covered him, he has been lights out quick. So give him a couple laps, get these tires up to temp.
First lap over. Let's see where everyone stands. It's Maxwell. It is Dyke. It is Mason Ward. It's Abram Dean, Andy Zhang, and Danny Cutshaw. Your top 6 coming through on the run to continue to keep that battle through.
I wonder, is Laser maybe having an issue with the transponder?
Seems like it, because Laser should
he's vanished,
be the
but he's up
front
there.
cart.
Yeah.
Lucian Laser should be your front cart on the track right now in the 880s. So we'll see here. Adam Maxwell should be that second place cart that you see there with AMAX Racing Team. So we'll keep an eye and see what happens here if it resets itself as they come across the line. And it doesn't going through, so it's still showing right now at the moment that Adam Maxwell is your fastest kart on track and your lead kart on track, but I'm pretty sure that should be Bo Laser up in the front here going through. We see Danny Cutshaw on our runs, but we don't see Tyler Demand. So we'll keep an eye here and see where this is going along as these karts go through. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. The battle for second place between Adam Maxwell and Dane Van Dyke is going to continue to heat up as they go along. This is going to be one of those to really keep an eye on at the moment as we see pass down the inside. Great move there along going in. Switchback for second place, though, and switchback on the switchback to go back on a switchback. Now, that is great battling here from everyone as we go through, and the battle stay alive. Switchback one more time because we're not done. Welcome to K1 as they go through, and one more switchback just for good cause.
Oh, it was attempted. That last one right there didn't necessarily work out for anybody.
Seen here as it goes through. So that is Mason Ward and Dane Van Dyke right there with Adam Maxwell. And then again, Lucian Laser being your leader.
Maxwell hang on a second place over Dane Van Dyke, third. Currently the 813 machine of Mason Ward trying to keep these two in front of him honest. Initial start here to the day for the 813 and Mason Ward. Abram Dean holding on to fourth with Andy Zhang in fifth and Danny Cutshaw running out the sixth. What we have on the screen right now anyway.
Oh, one kart very slow there. That is going to be Abram Dean going very slow through the first sector of the track. That will slow him down a little bit, but I think he was able to get back going okay without issue here as Adam Maxwell here, the kart in front leading through and along. And again, not Adam Maxwell, it's Lucian Laser leading out and along.
Look at how much of a gap Lucian Laser has right now, too. It's a straightaway that he's pulled on the field. That's the biggest advantage we've seen anybody pull out all morning. I didn't even think it was possible.
He's not even thinking about it at this point, too. This is just pure rhythm at this point for Lucian Laser as he goes along. He's not thinking about anything at this point except for running consistent laps. He's not worried about anyone behind. And of course, remember, the more that those karts behind battle, the more it slows them down. And you can lose multiple seconds a lap with those switch back to back on a switchback with a switchback and a backpack. So that is one of the things that Lucian Laser has an advantage right now, is the fact that as Lucian Laser goes through, he doesn't have to worry about anything at all except for just running his way along. Let's see here, continuing along into the back stretch we go, still watching those battles continue to develop their way through and just watching how all of this goes for the drivers as they continue through. That is the 141. No, that is not the 141. Is that the 141? That was not the 141. There's the 141. Getting my eyes crossed here around Whiteland today.
Don't get your eyes crossed up too bad, man. We need them.
I never claim to have good eyes here as we go through and see who is where, keeping their battles alive at the moment. This is where things are getting interesting through here. Battles in the front continue to develop. Here we go, battle for second place, and we have confirmed that there is a transponder error for Lucian Laser, so we'll see where he finishes out when it's all said and done.
I think the good news is for him, he's so far ahead of the field here. He doesn't worry about his battle right now, though, side by side here. This is the battle between, this would be Mason Ward and Van Dyke?
Looks like this, trying to tell, because it's saying Mason Ward is behind this battle, saying Maxwell is ahead, so I'm almost wondering if Maxwell is not the
Lucian?
driver that's ahead, and maybe we have this backwards.
Oh no, the transponders kind of broke my brain here. I'll be honest with you.
I'm going to be real honest. I broke my own brain on this one. We're going to double check ourselves here in just a moment, but we do know that that is Dane Van Dyke, I believe, battling with Lucian Laser there for second at the moment. I think it's Maxwell who is up here in the front by 6 seconds. Let's see here as they cross the line. It is indeed Maxwell that is in the front that we've been saying was Lucian Laser. So apologies to Adam Maxwell with AMAX Racing. You are actually up in the front running away. And it's Dane Van Dyke battling with Lucian Laser. Mason Ward in 4th place when it's all said and done. So resetting that run there, because there is the run going through, and then there is that battle continuing. So as we go through 3 laps to go, this lap plus 2 more, the battles continue to develop through. The gaps are accordingly, and we'll see how this finishes out for the last few minutes. Coming through 2 laps to go, popsicle sticks in the air this time through. And, well, I'll tell you what, just a league of your own Adam Maxwell is as he runs along. He's not worried about anything right now going through, just taking off and along. And now down the backstretch he goes, having a great race at the moment through the bus stop. And, I mean, it's nearly the whole back straightaway is his gap right now to 2nd place. That is impressive.
It's just absolutely dominant run here from Laser. I think the majority of the field, you know, if it wasn't for the fact that we saw him pull off to the lead at the start with the lack of transponder and how big of a gap he's on the field, I mean, nobody would have even known he was in it here. It's completely dominant performance here from Lucian Laser.
Great run from everyone here as we go through final lap. In the air, white flag is out. We're watching the battle continue along here in the run for 2nd place. And that is Maxwell in the lead.
I think that's actually Cutshaw and Mason Ward. Cutshaw 1 lap down right now. I mean, this field is very well separated.
Coming through across the line here, it is going to be Adam Maxwell who wins the KA Master Senior Heat. Crossing the line, going through 2nd place will come across there, Dane Van Dyke. And then somewhere in this mix is Lucian Laser with Mason Ward in 3rd. And then there's Danny Cutshaw crossing the line. Abram Dean, Andy Zhang will come across. So I believe Lucian Laser was in that battle for 2nd.
Oh, I thought it was Laser all the way up at the front. I've gotten lost here, Brad. I need you to save me, buddy.
I think what will save you is our next race coming up of Micro and Minis. Micro and Mini Swift, they are going to be a great run going through, and we'll see how this goes along for them as we finish things up here with the Senior Masters. 2 more heats left to go, then the lunch break, and then we'll come back for the finals. Finals, 12 minutes plus 2 laps here today, and we'll see how this goes along. And as we roll out Micro and Mini Swift here, let's get a look at your starting lineup. Kason Hendrickson, James Fox, 2nd place. Bo Laser in 3rd. Diesel Maxwell in 4th. Miles Hale in 5th. Christopher Heinzen in 6th. Lisa Manelik and Grayson White in 8th place here for the Micro Mini Swift run. And taking a look at how that qualifying ended up with, again, in the run, Bo Laser is your only Micro here for this group, and Grayson Waite and Leet Simonelik did not put in qualifying laps in Mini Swift, so we'll see if they take to the start of the grid as the karts are out and rolling here.
So who's your favorite for this one?
I think on this one, looking at micro and mini, kind of the drivers here, I feel like Kaysen Hendrickson just seems to have a good run here. I was very impressed with Kaysen in qualifying, able to pull up a 1/10 of a second gap here. If Kaysen can have a good start here against James Fox, I think we're going to see a great position come through. So let's see through the final couple of corners how they go along. As you can see, Bo Laser, I believe that is, actually no, that is the 5 of Grayson White, who is helping shuffle positions here correctly and get karts into the right way. You can see them being told to slow it way down, get into your tram lines, slow it way down. Will they get the green flag this time out? That they do. We are racing here, going through in micro mini, and up in the front, they keep the battles going. We'll see how this plays along here. Early days, first lap going through, everyone trying to find their pace, find their footing, and continue to keep the battles on here as they go through micro and mini Swift.
James Fox with the advantage right now. Showed a lot of speed in qualifying here earlier this morning. And look at the amount of sun that's over top of the track now. We might be warming up a little bit. Sorry, I was apparently wrong. It's actually Kaysen Hendrickson that's taken over the lead. Bo Laser sitting in second with James Fox moving down to third. A little bit of a scoring glitch there with the 4th place runner, Leet Simonelik, holding on to 5th with Miles Hale running at the 6 kart field currently.
Let's see how this plays along for them as they go through up in front. Hendrickson holding a pretty steady gap at this point, actually. As he goes through, he's got about 2 seconds to the good, and we'll see if it maintains there if Bo Laser and James Fox start battling. Now, remember, Bo Laser and James Fox are not in the same class technically. Neither is Kaysen Hendrickson to Bo Laser. Remember, Bo Laser is in a class of his own, literally going through. He is in the micro Swift category, and mini Swift is everyone else. But you can see Bo Laser putting in a good run here against micro versus mini as we go. 4th and 5th place, battling it out here. A dive down the inside for Leet Simonelik to get up into P4 going along here. And we'll see right now the battle between James Fox and Bo Laser. Now, this is a fun little battle to watch. Again, not in the same class, but they're battling it out pretty hard here at the moment.
A lot of great battling here through the field, but a little bit of separation here. A couple kart links separating the majority of the field here. Kind of weird how it's kind of switched. You know, we saw so many, close battles for the win here earlier, and everybody's kind of separated out here.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting to watch through is how things kind of spread their way through and go along. Here we go. This is where we continue to watch Laser and Fox and Simonelik battle it out, 2nd, 3rd, 4th as they go. And then Diesel Maxwell in 5th, Miles Hale here in 6th place. Let's see where they can finish things out here. Miles Hale back in the back of the field, but putting in consistent lap times in that mini Swift going through. And again, as a reminder, the mini Swift class is ages 8 to 12. Micro is ages 7 to 10. So there is a little bit of class overlap here as they play along and go through. But looking up here in the front, that is the 181 of Laser, leading Fox, leading Simonelik as they go down through turn 11, heading towards the front stretch they go. And Kaysen Hendrickson, last lap, 48.9, fastest kart of anyone on track. To give you a context, 49.5, 7/10 faster than Bo Laser. Battle for 4th, James Fox, Leet Simonelik. They swap places here, Sheldon.
Simonelik put together a pretty good run right now. I'm wondering right now, though, what's the big difference between the micros and the minis as far as power and weight goes? Because that might be a little bit what we're looking at here as well.
It is a 20-pound difference. The mini is 20 pounds heavier than the micro.
Guess on the lap times, that very well could be what we're looking at here.
Definitely could be. We'll
Henderson
see.
absolutely gone. Bo Laser hanging on second place right now. Leads Simonelli up a spot. Gets past James Fox that last lap. Simonelli holding on to third. This 3-kart battle here for second place is just ramping up.
And they're not done with it. That's the interesting thing here. We still have 2.5 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps. So still plenty of time here for second place to shake things up and get interesting here. Up front, Hendrickson, I mean, is just absolutely opening the door here and taking off as he goes through. He'll cross the line this time by 49.1. Bo Laser and Simonelli and company will cross the line. 49.3, a 49.1 for Elite Simonelli, his fastest lap of the race, and a 49.3 for James Fox, trying to shuffle positions up yet again.
Laser trying to hang on to second place here with just 2 minutes and 2 laps remaining. Elite Simonelli all over the back bumper, though. A couple kart links separating them here. And great launch there for Simonelli. Gets up to the rear bumper of the machine of Bo Laser. Not able to do anything with it. Tucks back in line here through the slipstream. Down the back straightaway, bumper to bumper here, coming through Daytona. Simonelli's going to have a great opportunity here. If he just get it to stick here these last couple corners, he could have a good shot coming into turn 1. Cross stripe there, your race leader, Casey Henderson, running away with it while they are battling like crazy. Down to the bottom, here comes Simonelli trying to make the pass on Bo Laser. Laser with the crossover, tire to tire here. But it's going to be Simonelli hanging on here to second place. Laser all over the back bumper, though, working back onto the back straightaway. Peak to the outside, back in line behind. The 189 kart's going to hang on for now.
Keeping it alive, keeping it battling out here for the moment. This is going to be interesting to see where it goes along as they continue through. Let's see here through the final few corners we go. 30 seconds left to go, so call it 3 laps to go this time by for them as they come through down the backstretch we go. James Fox trying to look here against Bo Laser. Let's see where that pass can go as he looks inside, not able to clear, but certainly given the peak there, putting the nose in the mix as he goes through there. And we'll see if he is able to capitalize here. That number 12 of James Fox sitting in 4th place. And there he goes. He's right on the rear bumper of Bo Laser as Simonelli there with the green helmet tries to run away. Tuck the helmet there from Bo Laser. He is trying to find all the pace he can. Coming into Daytona, here we go. This will be 2 to go signal next time by. Casey Hendrickson, you can see the gap is absolutely daylights of difference here.
Yeah, Casey Hendrickson in a league of their own right now. 5 seconds separated from Elite Simonelli in second place. Simonelli going at it with Bo Laser. Laser now under heavy fire from James Fox. Fox taking a peek down to the inside here to turn 1, side by side, and he's going to make the pass, shut the door right in Leatt's face.
Great pass there from
just in Bo's face. That's James Fox that made the pass there.
Yeah, great pass there from James Fox on Bo Laser going through. And now we got to watch out for Simonelli. Will Simonelli be able to hold a gap here against James Fox? Hendrickson will be coming through to the line. White flag, 1 lap to go here. And Sheldon, I'll tell you what, for Casey Hendrickson, it's been a dominant run. The driver who was P3 in the championship last year, because not out of a lack of trying, but just missing multiple rounds through the middle of the season. I'll tell you what, for Hendrickson, this is a good way to show up and show off.
Well, there's one way to make sure she can win a championship, right? And that's show up with speed, and that's exactly what Casey Hendrickson has done here. Because that 2 machine, completely untouchable to the rest of the field. 5 seconds is the gap to second place. Elite Simonelli doing a great job holding on to P2 right now, as they are still battling for 3rd and 4th. James Fox and Bo Laser keep on going at it, but here we go through Daytona for the final time, and Casey Hendrickson with the massive lead leads into the final hairpin. Working into the last
last couple corners here, and across the stripe, it's going to be the 2 machine with the win for the Micro and Mini Swift Heat. And looks like they'll be followed here across the stripe. Going to be Leah Semnelk in second. Cross for third. It's going to be James Fox with Bo Laser in fourth. And waiting a little bit here, but Diesel Maxwell going to take home the 5th place honors over Miles Hale in 6th.
Great run here from Micro and Mini in their heat session as they go along. And that leaves one session to go. Last heat session here before the lunch break, and the Kid Kart program get to go underway during the lunch break. So if you are at the track, make sure you stick around for Kid Karts, as they'll be exciting to watch and see how those youngest drivers can go through. Those are drivers ages typically 5 to 8 that are just starting out in their karting careers and get to have some fun running through. So we'll see what they can get going there. They run a practice, a heat, and a final. But last but certainly not least, our largest category of the day here, 206 senior qualifying. Well, 206 senior heat. We're going to talk about how 206 senior qualifying went. Adam Maxwell, Lucian Laser, Levi Wilbur, Colton Kelly, and Christopher Yutzi, the top 5 there. Evan McCorkindale down in 6. So let's see how this run can go for these drivers here. And then it's Holden Harder, Braden Heber, Sam Tutwiler, Isaiah Maxey, your top 10 here as they go along. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, a lot of these drivers a week ago were down at Atlanta Motorsports Park running in the championship there a week ago, if I'm not mistaken. Top 10 there as it goes, and then it's Mark Steele, P11, Tegan Schneider, P12, Zachary Allen, Raider Santos, Thomas Anthony, Nico Santos in 16th, Peyton Klein in 17th, Andrew Goldman, Chad King, Colton King, Gavin Halton, Mike Haymaker, Randall Henshaw II, and Tonka Jahari, who did not take the qualifying time here. 24 carts are entered. How many will put in a time here around through and find their way around the end of this heat session?
I'll tell you what, I cannot pick a favorite for this. I'm looking at the top 10 here in qualifying, and I can pull out at least 5 or 6 names that I've called to a victory here at some point in the 2 years I've been commentating for this track. I think one of my personal favorites, though, sitting back there starting in the 978 machine in 8th position, Braden Heber. I mean, that's one that I've seen win a lot here at Whiteland. But, I mean, you've got McCorkindale, you've got Lucian Laser, Adam Maxwell, Levi Wilbur, Colton Kelly. This is about as stacked of a field as it gets. Raider Santos has been very successful years past. Do you have a favorite?
I think for me, looking at it, I think it's going to be hometown hero Adam Maxwell with AMAX Racing here local. We'll see if I am right or wrong on that. Of course, going through some other AMAX drivers that are here this weekend in this class, Adam Maxwell, Thomas Anthony, and Raider Santos, the 3 drivers in 206 senior that are representing AMAX Racing here. A majority of their field is in the 206 cadet and mini and micro swift categories. So we'll see how they go through on the run. I, though, wouldn't be surprised at all if we see Evan McCorkindale have a good run here as well. It's all to play for here. Braden Heber, of course, your pick is the defending champion back last season when they split it up to 206 senior light and senior medium. We'll see how it plays here for the 206 senior heat together. They get in the tram lines. They're getting told to slow her down. And it's green flag racing here up in the front. Maxwell and Laser going together in turn 1 through. A good wide run there from Adam Maxwell to try to hold on to it. And they're 3 wide behind him. Everybody trying to make it through the first couple of corners. We're through in a fairly good way. Top 5 trying to go single file here into the second set. Still 3 wide through as we see a Lando Norris kart having a good dive through. Some contact mid-back. Top 4 will get to break away. Everyone 5th place back, kind of getting tripped over each other's wheels.
And Adam Maxwell with the lead, but not by much. One kart all over the back bumper here into Daytona. And I believe that is Laser in the 008 machine. I mean, I'll get corrected if I'm wrong here in just a second, but working through the final hairpin here, cross out of the last turn to the start-finish line, leading lap 1
is going to be the 141 machine of Maxwell. That's Colton Kelly in the 900 in second with Levi Wilbur in third. Evan McCorkadale sitting in fourth place with Lucian Laser falling all the way back to fifth here on the start. Down through the first couple corners, bumper to bumper action. Still a 4-cart train up at the front of the pack, led off by the 141 machine of Adam Maxwell and Colton Kelly. Kelly sizing him up here, trying to figure out some kind of way to get past. So almost a little bit of contact from behind from the 406 machine of Levi Wilbur as he worked down the back straightaway.
Coming through Daytona here, Adam Maxwell, Colton Kelly, Levi Wilbur, top three. There's a dive, Levi Wilbur to the inside of Colton Kelly. That opens up the door for McCorkindale to try to have a look. Of course he'll have a look here as he goes through, and let's see how that plays out. That shuffles everything through, and that lets Adam Maxwell breathe for a moment. Levi Wilbur, Colton Kelly, Evan McCorkindale in fourth, and you see the clear hand signal from Colton Kelly to Levi Wilbur. Stop worrying about me, and let's go forward here. Evan McCorkindale now right on the back. Here we go. This is where the battle is going to start to get interesting, because if these top four keep battling, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th are right there. So, I mean, you could end up with 10 carts in just a absolute bumper-to-bumper run here, because nobody's really pulling a gap right now. Nobody's really getting a lot of breathing room here. And 5th place, Lucian Laser is staying right on the back here as Wilbur keeps Maxwell right bumper-to-bumper through Daytona.
Levi Wilbur all over the back bumper here into the last couple corners, into the final hairpin. Maxwell doing a good job, though, being defensive, not making any mistakes up here at the front of the pack. Going to make it real difficult for that 406 machine to find a way by. Cross the start-finish line. Maxwell retaining the lead with Levi Wilbur in a gold lap here for the machine of Braden Heber with a 51.197. So you're talking about Braden Heber being fast. Well, that's on full display here as he sets a record lap.
Great lap from him there up front. Maxwell and Levi Wilbur swapping places here. Heber now trying to work his way forward if he can. He's able to so far to get up and along here, trying to keep moves going. Top four are 2 by 2 here with a light gap between, and that gap very much not holding along here. You see 3rd place Colton Kelly sliding the cart along there through turn 11, trying to find his way through. Down the front stretch they're going to go. 3.5 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time for these drivers to figure it out here. Levi Wilbur up in front, Adam Maxwell. Evan McCorkindale is in 3rd place. Colton Kelly down into 4th. Braden Heber still holding on to 5th here. Braden Heber, you can always spot him.
Here goes McCorkindale
with the bright yellow Karting helmet. There's the words.
And McCorkindale makes a pass there, moving himself up into 2nd place. Now setting his sights on your race leader, Levi Wilbur. Well, Evan's got something to say about it here.
That he does. Let's see here how they play along. That 141 of Maxwell in 3rd place there. Let's see if he can make a move. And not yet here as we go through. Colton Kelly, Braden Heber sticking right behind as they come up and along. Top 5 nose to tail. Top 9 separated within just a couple seconds of each other here. Top 10 separated out at the moment by just about half a second here. So, or 2 seconds here, separating them all. So that is a very close margin here in karting, Sheldon. And with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps, it doesn't give anyone any confidence at this point, I'm sure.
No, anything can happen at this point. Still plenty of race remaining. I mean, just look at this, how closely contested this race is. Your top 6 under a 1.5 seconds separated from each other right now. Where else do you get to see that kind of racing action? Aside from here on Kart Chaser.
I was going to say nowhere
Bumper to
else
bumper
here.
Here comes McCorkindale taking a swing at it all over the back bumper. The machine of Wilbur. Wilbur holding on to the advantage now across the stripe. 2 minutes remaining plus 2 laps here for this 206 senior heat. A peek down to the bottom. Here goes McCorkindale up to the back bumper again through the first set of corners. And he's just breathing down his neck right now. McCorkindale is through the double left-hander into the quick right. One cart swings wide there back in 3rd. I want to say that was Maxwell.
Believe it
Or is that
was.
McCorkindale getting cycled out?
We'll see here as we go along, coming through.
I think that's Maxwell back up to P2. He shuffled McCorkindale out, it looked like.
Yeah, Braden Heber up into fourth, too. It looks like Kelly's been shuffled down the order. Lots of side-by-side battling behind them. Again, this is what happens when you get the top 10 together here. Kelly has been shuffled down to sixth place. So you got Braden Heber up into fourth, McCorkindale third, and Adam Maxwell up in second. Levi Wilbur currently leading. There is side-by-side Colton Kelly, Lucian Laser going through. Lucian Laser, a very, very quick kart. So keep an eye on Lucian Laser to keep battles alive here as they go through and along. But up front, top three separated by a lot of nothing right now as McCorkindale wants to try to have a run on Maxwell, who wants to try to close things up to Wilbur. And then you have Braden Heber again. You can always spot that bright green, yellow, and blue kart going through, who's right in the mix as well.
A difficult field here for sure, but Levi Wilbur trying to make this heat his own. Hanging on to the lead right now in the 406 kart. Couple kart links separating him 0.6 of a second to be precise over Adam Max 1 second. Evan McCorkindale hanging on to P3 with Holden Harder taking over the fourth spot away from Braden Heber. Working into the back straightaway here, Levi Wilbur still with a couple kart length advantage over second place Adam Maxwell. A kart or two between him and Evan McCorkindale. Looks like this race is starting to figure itself out here as we work through Daytona. 3 laps left, coming into the final sets of corners here to take 2 laps to go for the 206 senior heat.
2 laps to go here as we go across the line, and it's anyone's guess how this one ends up, honestly, as they go through. Wilbur, Maxwell, McCorkindale, Harder, Heber, Kelly, your top 6. Christopher Utzi up into 7th against Lucian Laser there as they are battling it out in the background, swapping places yet again. They're not done at all. Your top 6 separated by 2 seconds as they go through. Let's see here, that battle for second. Here it goes. Maxwell, McCorkindale really giving a run here. The more that everyone second place back battles, the more Levi Wilbur can just breathe. And here we go from 4th place. This is Holden Harder trying to get past McCorkindale for 3rd, side by side through the bus stop through Daytona. That's contact going around, and that is Holden Harder who has spun it through in Daytona, drops down in the grass. That is going to neutralize that 4th place. That hands that over to Braden Heber, and then that means for your top 4, we'll see how this plays along. White flag out, 1 lap to go. Wilbur, Maxwell, McCorkindale, Braden Heber, top 5. Holden Harder drops down the order after that spin in Daytona.
And Levi Wilbur currently with a second advantage over Adam Maxwell in second place. Can just breathe easy here for this last lap as long as he doesn't make any big mistakes. Bring it through the double left-hander. Now back into the quick right-left that leads us onto the back straightaway. Levi Wilbur with a sizable lead. Second place is Adam Maxwell with Evan McCorkindale in 3rd. Braden Heber in 4th. And Colton Kelly in 5th. Down the back stretch, and everybody pretty much strung along here. Nobody really close enough in the top 5 to make a big swing at it. Into the final couple corners. Here comes Levi Wilbur leading into the final hairpin here. And into the final corner and across the stripe. It is going to be the 406 machine of Levi Wilbur to bring home the 206 senior heat. And did you have Levi circled?
No, I did not. I had McCorkindale circled.
I had Heber circled. Levi was on the list, though, of guys that, I mentioned that I've called the victories here before. And, well, anytime you count Levi Wilbur out, he finds a way to prove you wrong.
A great run from him there. Maxwell 2nd, McCorkindale 3rd, Braden Heber, Colton Kelly, Isaiah Maxey moving up into 6th place there from P10. Lucian Laser dropped down, even though he was the fastest kart on track with a 50.8 was his best lap time there. He dropped down 5 places from 2nd to 7th. Christopher Utzi, Mark Steele, and Zachary Allen rounding out your top 10 here. And then it was Santos Harder. Holden Harder dropped down to 12th after that hit in Daytona. That is unfortunate to see. And then going from there, Anthony Santos, Haymaker, King, Goldman, King, Halden, Henshaw the second, Tutwiler, Klein, and Tegan Schneider. Your 23 karts in 206 senior heat. It's been a wild morning so far, and we're already into 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's hard to think that we don't have any racing tomorrow, so all we have left to do for this thing is lunch and then the finals. What are your final thoughts here, Sheldon, before we step aside and take a break?
I'll tell you what, we saw how exciting it was here in the heats. We've seen how close the times are in qualifying. We have a great afternoon of racing action ahead of you. And if you know what's best for you, you'd probably stick around and watch the rest of it. No, that's not a threat. That's just I don't want you to miss out on anything because I know I don't want to miss out on any of it. Be sure to see what's next here on Kart Chaser.
Yeah, we'll be back here shortly with the main events here going through. And of course, if you need something while we're away, well, they're still doing qualifying over at the SCUSA Pro Tour in Tucson, Arizona. Or if you're here live at the circuit, we got kid karts during lunch. Go show the kid karts some love. But we're going to step aside here at Kart Chaser. When we come back, we'll take you through the finals.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to Indy Kart and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6.
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we
do. Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, You don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're joining us back live here at the K1 circuit here in Whiteland, Indiana, or if you are joining us live on Kart Chaser YouTube, if you're a member here, or maybe you're joining us later and you're watching this as a replay, as a driver, as a fan, as a friend, as a family member, regardless of the situation, it is time to end out round one here of the Indy Karting Challenge, kicking off the 2026 12-round season. And the first round of drivers coming out here for their final of 12 minutes plus 2 laps as kid karts are coming in. You can see them getting the kid karts through. I love seeing the kid kart program come out here after lunch. But of course, we're here for the finals coming up momentarily, and it'll kick off with 206 Supermasters. Then it's 206 Junior, 206 Masters, 206 Cadet, KA Junior, KA Senior Master combined, Micro Mini combined, and 206 Senior, which was a absolute barn burner of a show going through. It's myself, Brad Dalton, here in the booth, joined by Sheldon Atkins. Sheldon, sir, you ready?
Buddy, I was absolutely born ready. Excited to see these guys take to the circuit here for the K1 Speedway here in Whiteland. It's been a great morning of qualifying, great morning of heat racing, and I think we've only gotten but the slightest taste of what's to come here, because it's going to be a lot of close quarters, white knuckle racing here to finish the show out, and I'm just ready to get this thing kicked off and going.
All right, and now that the national anthem is done, all that is left to do is get these finals underway and get ready for action here. 12 minutes plus 2 laps of racing here, and we're going to be kicking things off, as we said, with 206 Supermasters here. And Sheldon, tell you what, William McLaughlin's been looking really good so far in Supermasters. Can he keep it up through the 12 minutes plus 2 laps of the final?
Oh, I think so, but also at the same time, 12 minutes plus 2 laps, that is a marathon of a race here for these drivers. A lot of corners, a lot of braking zones, a lot of passing opportunities, but also a lot of opportunities to make a mistake. More likely to run lap traffic here too as well, which we saw earlier in one of our heat races, that lap traffic can be a massive decision, a massive decisive factor here for some of these guys. A lot of opportunities to get yourself hung out with that. So there's a certain level of predictability, but there's one thing that I've learned anytime that we're here in Whiteland is you can't really predict too much.
You can say that again. 206 Cadet Heats this morning, if you missed it. That is what Sheldon is referencing to when Bo Laser was trying to do a last to first challenge, got all the way up to battling for first, and then got tangled up down kart and dropped all the way down to finishing P5. We'll see if he can redeem himself in that 206 Cadet Final here in about 45-ish minutes time from now, once we get these karts rolling. Karts are getting set up here in the start grid. Everyone's getting suited up. We're rolling the karts in. And I got to tell you right now, as far as Supermasters goes, if you're looking to have a good kickoff so far, William McLaughlin is doing just that here. He's averaging about 1/10 of a mile an hour faster than Tom Stevens across the laps. He ran with a 1.2 second gap. But the big thing that really I noticed with it was the fact that even with that, he was just consistent the whole time. He was there. He was holding on. He was going through. Now, I'm not saying Tom Stevens can't take him on in 12 minutes. He's certainly going to give it a try. We'll see here just how close he can get through. As you see everyone cutting up, joking along here as the carts are rolling in. It's William McLaughlin, Tom Stevens, Joseph Stevens, Wesley Bullock, and again, I think William McLaughlin, it's his to lose, I would argue.
It's definitely William McLaughlin's to lose, but also looking at the lap times too, I mean, these guys really weren't too far separated. You know, Stevens had a bad lap or two in the heat, but you know, when you got the trophy on the line, it's pretty easy to kind of regather yourself and just think it through a little bit better, make some cleaner corners, and maybe be able to make that pass. But it's a long race. You know, we've seen some crazy stuff happen, especially here with the Supermasters in the past. I mean, there was I think one race last year where I want to say J. Brian Williams was out and looked like he had the thing absolutely dead set on lock and had an engine failure.
Absolutely, and that is how quickly karting can change. It can go from victory to heartbreak that fast here. And if you're at the track, the real feel right now is 57 degrees, but it's actually 46 degrees. But with that sunshine beaming down here, it's making it feel a lot better, at least according to AccuWeather. Now, if AccuWeather is inaccurate, well, I'm just saying they call themselves AccuWeather, so it's probably feeling pretty good there. There's really no wind. Everything is just nice, calm, and steady here for a good day here into the evening. And again, we're going to be shooting up to 50 degrees by the time we're done with racing here today, but it's definitely much nicer than the 32 degrees or so it was starting out this morning. As carts come through Daytona into the final corner, they're going to be forming up, and we'll see here for McLaughlin and Tom Stevens what's going to be their MO. What is the battle going to look like between these two? We'll find out here momentarily. As we come to the tram lines, we're formed up, and you see them all looking around saying, okay, everybody's here. Let's get rolling. And remember, the start line here is not at the start-finish line there. It is down past the tram lines, almost into turn one here. We form up in the tram lines. Everyone's looking good. Let's wait. Do we get the green flag? Green flag, we're racing here. 4 finals in Whiteland, and around the outside already, you can see Tom Stevens trying to get a move done here early on. McLaughlin's going to fight it back, and up front, that 1-2 battle already kicking off, and we'll see here if that 1-2 battle turns into a 2-3 battle as the first lap gets underway.
And William McLaughlin already trying to pull away from the field here as we work through the first handful of corners down the back straightaway for the first time of this 12-minute heat. This 12-minute final. Let me get my brain right here. Down to the backstretch chicane, now down to the bottom of Daytona. And right there, my favorite corner on the track. Right there, just so many good opportunities, so many passing opportunities for these guys. Are rolling across the line here to complete lap one. Tom Stevens with the advantage right now. And the 8 card actually was able to get by William McLaughlin there. Sorry about that. My eyes jumped at the start. William McLaughlin trying to hang on to the second place spot. Joseph Stevens starting to put a little pressure to the back of the 56 machine. But for now, it is Tom Stevens trying to run away with it. A 2 kart length advantage over second place.
And that advantage over second place is going to be all important here. We'll see if he can maintain it here early on. But again, 12 minutes, that's a long time to have to hold on in the position as it goes. Let's keep an eye on it as we head through Daytona and McLaughlin here and Joseph Stevens. I think it would be interesting if Tom Stevens can back McLaughlin up into Joseph Stevens and help close that gap through him. Maybe get a Stevens and Stevens 1-2. I think that would be a great position to find himself in as they go through. And, well, fastest car on track right now is Joseph Stevens last time around. So keep your eyes on the Stevens duo as they go through.
But also keep your eyes on William McLaughlin. He's starting to look a little bit more racy here as this cart comes up to temp, getting a little closer to the back bumper now of the 8 machine of Stevens. Working through the double left-hander, now into the quick right-left complex. Leads on to the back straightaway. Not a good corner there, though, for McLaughlin. Going to lose a little bit of time there. Joseph Stevens pulls back up to him, but they all break equal away from each other here down the backstretch.
coming through Daytona they go. Everyone trying to hold the gap in. And just, again, this top three looking much steadier than they have the whole time so far. And the Heat, it was very much a two-kart race going through. William McLaughlin running away right here in this final. It's much closer. And Joseph Stevens, again, last time around, the third kart in line here, was the fastest kart of the three. So keep your eyes back through on how that runs along here. If Joseph Stevens is consistently the fastest kart in, how can Joseph Stevens fight through with William McLaughlin and Tom Stevens? Is this a case of hold position and bide your time? Sometimes we see the Supermasters and the Masters and the Seniors, kind of the wiser drivers, but never mind.
Yeah, McLaughlin got a really good corner exit there into the back straightaway, pulls up into draft range, gives a little bit of a bump coming into the chicane, now down into the hairpin. And it looks like William McLaughlin woke up and realized, oh yeah, we're racing for it right now. Closing up here through the last couple corners, just a kart separating the two leaders. Across the start-finish line, Tom Stevens still hanging on to the lead over the 56 machine of McLaughlin. McLaughlin dives down to the bottom here to turn one. They get close, but the door doesn't open. Now trying to go for a switchback, and he's going to go. It sends down to the bottom, but the door gets shut in his face. He has to let Stevens go unless the two of them want to tangle here. Now through the double left-hander. It's going to be Stevens with the advantage over William McLaughlin as we work onto the back straightaway here.
Coming through, it's Stevens versus McLaughlin versus Stevens. Yet again here, we continue through a lot of jockeying for position. You see a little bit of the bump in the seat there, trying to get a little bit more power out of that 206 engine as they go through. Into Daytona, we're coming bumper to bumper. And again, Joseph Stevens starting to lose touch with the top two coming along here. And through the final corner, no pass to be found here, holding the gap, holding momentum. But Stevens closing the door here. And that is going to allow that gap to form. And again, another lap where Joseph Stevens puts the fastest lap of anyone on track, going through a little bit faster than McLaughlin, a little bit faster than Tom Stevens. Here we go. McLaughlin trying to push this move up the inside is going to be given a look. He's not able to work his way by yet. He's still looking to the inside. You got to mind Joseph Stevens, though, who is just right there. If you try to force a move and it's not there, what happens? Here we go. Inside Stevens, outside McLaughlin. McLaughlin not able to capitalize. Now he's going to look to the inside. They go side by side towards the bus stop. Let's see. How does it hold? Do they keep it going? Here we go through Daytona. Where are we going to be at? And it's still McLaughlin behind Stevens. McLaughlin looking for a dive down the inside into the turn 11 here and not able to get through. Joseph Stevens closing in the gap yet again. He doesn't go for a pass and for another lap. We see the attempt. We see the attempt fail. We see the attempt of a crossback and it fails. And we hold position for another lap halfway through.
6.5 minutes remaining up at the front of the pack right now. Tom Stevens with the lead. William McLaughlin trying to find some kind of way to close to get the opportunity to get past, but he's got to be careful. Joseph Stevens has been all over the back bumper as soon as these two got connected here. And I can guarantee you Joseph Stevens is going to send it if he gets the opportunity to get to the inside of that machine of McLaughlin. Down the back straightaway, Tom Stevens still with the advantage of kart leak separating him. Joseph Stevens falling off the pace here just a little bit, loses a good amount of time on the back stretch into Daytona. Here comes McLaughlin with another opportunity here as we work into the chicane.
And coming out of the final corner yet again, we still are there. So it takes a lap to build the momentum to go for the pass. And then if you fail, it takes a lap to kind of reset here. Again, fastest car on track is still Joseph Stevens, though, in third. And it's so funny
to the bottom.
Joseph Stevens is the fastest. Here we go.
And McLaughlin makes it.
And look at this. I don't think he's done, though. He's going to try to switch it back around. Let's see if he can fight his way back through here. And no, McLaughlin clean pass there. And I think, unfortunately for Tom Stevens, he just doesn't have a lot to fight back in at this point.
And McLaughlin, great send there, was able to make it stick, takes the lead, draws the largest distance we've seen for the lead here since we've taken the green flag for this final. Now Tom Stevens going to try and rally back here to try and close back up to the rear bumper of the 56 machine of William McLaughlin, but McLaughlin has been so dominant when he gets the lead. I mean, I don't see how this is going to be an easy situation here for the driver of the 8 kart.
Certainly not going to be an easy situation, but we'll see if he can make it a little bit easier. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left to go here through the first couple of corners. Here we go. This is the Stevens swapping positions. Tom versus Joseph. We'll see how they battle through. Outside turns to inside here and a switch back along. Not able to capitalize here. Tom and Joseph still battling it out here as William McLaughlin ahead says, you two do that. I'm just going to kind of run my race for now, and we'll see where that gap opens up to as we come down to 4 minutes to go.
Look at how much of an advantage William McLaughlin's built here. Last lap across the stripe, it was 0.8 of a second for your race leader in cart number 56. Coming out of the final quarter. Oh, McLaughlin into trouble there. The engine stalled out for a second. You see him slamming the pedal down. Going to lose a substantial amount of time there, it looks like. Something was amiss there on the 56 card. He's able to still make it across the line here with a 2-second advantage, but maybe problems for the 56? I saw him kicking the floorboard pretty hard there. That did not look pleasant.
Yeah, something seems off there in that 56 cart. We'll see what comes out of that, if anything, here, as he seems slow through this first sector onto the backstretch. We'll see here if he's able to carry momentum as Tom and Joseph Stevens are still looking to figure out positions between the two of them. Let's see here, through Daytona we go, and William McLaughlin, let's see here. Let's see if he does it again. Maybe it's just a weird thing that he's doing. I can't tell as he comes through. I don't see anything really out of the ordinary there as he goes across.
I'm wondering if maybe he had, because he didn't really lose any time, but he was hammering the pedal down to the floor. I'm wondering maybe a stuck throttle or something?
I'm not sure, honestly. We'll see here if any more gremlins come to creep up on him as we go through. But right now, he's 2.5 seconds to the good, so he's got some breathing room behind as he goes. But we'll see if that continues to stay true as Tom and Joseph Stevens, they're not really, I think if they were to draft with each other and work with each other, they can maybe try to close this gap a little bit to William McLaughlin. But as of right now, they are just really kind of running their own race and going through. They're not really working together. They're not really trying to battle each other. They are just, kind of both running their own lines as we come through and
signaling to somebody there. Saw that?
I was going to say, is he just doing a hand wave there because he's in the lead, or what was that?
He was signaling somebody there on pit road. I wonder what's going on, because there was definitely something amiss with the 56 cart there, and I don't know necessarily what it was. Something with the throttle, because he was absolutely hammering the pedal to the ground as hard as he could. Looked like he was about to try and kick his foot through the floorboard there. Doesn't seem to be affecting him, though. I mean, he's 3 seconds ahead. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what he does this time around. I'm almost convinced he's not just trying to wave or maybe create some drama for the broadcast. Who knows? We'll see as he goes through and around through the final corner. Let's keep an eye on him here. And, well, he didn't do anything that time, so I don't know. As second and third place come through, here's your leader going into turn one. They're second and third place just behind. 1:15 plus 2 laps remaining at a 52.7 lap last time around for William McLaughlin. To give context, it was a 53.45 for Joseph Stevens last time through. So you do the math on that. I mean, that's a pace difference and a half going through. Yeah, at this point for McLaughlin, 3.5 seconds to the good. He's looking like he's going to be about probably 8 seconds or more up by the end of this race. We'll find out as we go through here and along. He's heading up towards Daytona now as they go through, and second and third place, they're still just sitting kind of where they're at.
Across the stripe that time, the advantage now going to be, wait for it to recycle here, it's going to be almost 5 seconds between William McLaughlin and Tom Stevens. And he's just got this thing on cruise control at this point. 13 seconds left plus 2 laps. When we come to the stripe here this time, it's going to be 2 laps to go for your 206 Supermaster final. And barring another failure, I mean, I think William McLaughlin's got this thing sewn up. What about you, Brad?
Nothing's guaranteed till it's guaranteed. So we'll see how he does on the final few laps and keeps it clean here for himself. Let's see where it all goes along. Is right now Tom Stevens, Joseph Stevens are keeping each other in a little bit of a battle for second place. Coming across the line here, 2 to go, starting right about now. So 2 to go starting as these drivers cross the line. And, well, looks like at the moment McLaughlin is about to lap Wesley Bullock. If he hasn't already, he's about to do it here before the end. And, well, no, there it is. That would be the lap, the car to go a lap down. It's the 26 of Wesley Bullock. We'll see here how he does. And Bullock there pulls over, gives him the point by to the inside, a very clean move there. And that lets Wesley Bullock give McLaughlin the position with the least amount of interference before the back straightaway. And it gives the least amount of interference to Wesley Bullock's lap as well. So great move from him to allow that through.
Last thing you want to do right now if you're Wesley Bullock is go out here and possibly take the leader out of contention. Wayne McLaughlin with a 6-second lead. You just don't want to be that guy going a lap down and giving up, taking away somebody else's chance to win. So, gentleman move there from the driver of the 26 machine as we watch Wayne McLaughlin lead through the first left-hander now into turn 2. And I think he's pretty much got this thing sewn up here as he works on the double left hand. And how about the pace of this 56 kart? I mean, he has been bad fast all day, and I kind of was wondering if he was maybe sandbagging a little bit in the heat. And I think we might be looking at that because he has found just something entirely different here for this final event.
William McLaughlin making his way through Daytona. He was your champ last season. He had only one win the entirety of last season, and that was round 6. A ton of second and third place follow-ups for him. But here today, it is going to be the victory. He gets the double checkered flags. William McLaughlin will win the 206 Supermaster Final here for round 1 of the Indy Karting Challenge. Coming across the line, it will be Tom Stevens, Joseph Stevens, and then Wesley Bullock, the 4 karts who take on the run. An amazing double wave checkered flags, by the way. I don't see the checkered flag jacket out, but a great double wave there coming through.
Did we just hit a dab there after the checkered flag, too?
No, that was just a bow. That was just a bow. I don't think it was a dab.
Perfect.
That was just a bow.
I glanced up, but I am definitely missing the checkered flag jacket right now. It's a shame that has unfortunately gone the way of the dodo here as the track temp has risen. But I mean, nobody wants to be out here sweating either. It's all about having fun. As we see some of our young drivers over here at the garage, looks like they're picking on each other a little bit.
For sure.
Can you pick who it is by the helmet, Brad?
No.
Green
but
helmet.
I'm sure I'm going to figure it out in a minute.
No. I'll figure it out.
Let's see. 206 Junior Final coming up next here once we get the 206 Supermasters into the area. Let's see here as we go. Gavin Dyer is going to be kicking things off up in the front. Tyler Nash Turner in second place. And then from there we go P3. Henrik McKay. Fourth place will be Nolan Wade. And then Emmett King. Parker Dunn took a 3-second penalty that dropped him into P6. Maxon Klebe in P7. Jiju Sivakumar P8. Kendall Collins P9. Eli Marsh. Blake Bachma. And then, of course, Maximus Seward and Isaiah Maxey did not start in the heat. Parker Dunn, 3-second penalty for jump start. So that will drop Parker Dunn back a few seconds on that run. And we'll see if he is able to come back from that, because he's been a quick cart here going through. Looking through Gavin Dyer, I think he'll be a hard fought one up in the front. Tyler Nash Turner, I think turn 1 is going to be the big situation for those two. Turn 1's going to be fun.
Everything. Also, you haven't tried to get anybody to wave at us today.
I haven't, indeed.
Yeah, we got
drivers
to going.
They've been very locked in the grid. I haven't seen anyone kind of out of focus in the grid. Everyone that's been on the grid has been very, very focused. First round of the season, I think everyone's really ready to go here. We'll see if our next class, 206 Masters, will give us a wave.
We also don't really get the opportunity to, because one of the many things I love about when we get to cover Whiteland is this track has one of the quickest turnaround times anywhere. It's such a well-oiled machine. As soon as we get one race over, boom, we're back on the track within about 15, 20 seconds at the most with the next group going out. Like, you don't really get time to even get over what we just saw with the last race.
I enjoy it because you could tell that they have everything figured out. And of course, the K1 circuit here at Whiteland is America's oldest kart track, established in the 1950s. So when you put all of that together, you know that they're going to have it ready to go as we wait for the karts to get together here. Sheldon, who's your pick real quick?
Oh, man. It all depends. I mean, you said earlier, it all depends on turn one, but I mean, I don't know how you can go wrong with the 4 or 5 machine at Gavin Dyer, but Tyler Nash Turner was showing a lot of aggression earlier and a lot of pace at the same time. And somebody that's, able to put that whole package together, I think that he's got a good shot of as we load up through the tram lines. Getting the wave here, and the green flag is out. We're underway and down into turn one, and it's going to be Gavin Dyer sending it deep and holding onto the lead. Looks like Nash Turner is going to lose a spot there, falling back to third as we work into the second section of the track here, getting ready to go through the double left-hander. And is that a caution light I see on there?
I don't think they gave them the... No, it looks like we are green. We are going. We saw the green flag wave here. So I thought for a second that maybe they waved off the start, but I don't believe that is the case here. We are going through the bus stop here at speed and up through Daytona for the first time. And you can see a few shuffles here in the front of the field as we come through up the hill through turn 11. Forgot to mention that turn 11 is a weird banked uphill where if you set that up wrong, it can cause problems. See a couple karts slow in the background, but as we cross the line, we'll get things moving and grooving. Gavin Dyer, Henrik McKay, Tyler Nash Turner in third, King, Parker Dunn in fifth up a place, and then Jiju Sivakumar finding up into sixth place. Maxon Klebe, Kendall Collins, Nolan Wade, Blake Bachma, the 10 karts, Maximus Seward and Eli Marsh. Your 12 karts currently running in this junior final. Up front, Dyer and McKay keeping each other very, very close here for first and second.
You know what I saw there on the first lap, too, that 24 machine Nash Turner already starting to throw the old chrome horn to the back bumper. Somebody got into the back of Henrik McKay there in the last couple corners. McKay was able to hang on to it. Nash Turner didn't necessarily make much benefit out of it. Now sitting in third place, a couple car lengths back from your race leaders. Just, I guess, trying to keep his stuff clean and pretty here for when it matters the most. But up at the front of the pack, we got Henrik McKay and Gavin Dyer going at it. Dyer comes across the line here with the lead and a purple lap, but fastest lap for the field that time actually goes to Parker Dunn, sitting in fifth. Runs a 52.761. Bumper to bumper here through turn 2 into the double left-hander. And that's a corner right there. I'm surprised we haven't seen people take more opportunities to try and build a pass, because that double left hand, that double apex there, I feel like you could really make something play if you just get a good launch.
Definitely think you can. I think it's just one of those that you have to plan to do it. And I think a lot of drivers in that section of the track, they don't plan to do it. They just plan on making it through that first run and losing as little speed as possible, maximizing the quarters as they go along. Looking back at Dunn and King there in fourth and fifth, I've been seeing Dunn taking a weird line out of turn 11, trying to think about doing something out of Daytona and the corners after Daytona in that third sector, and hasn't really been able to here. First and second, still bumper to bumper as they come through and along, and we go into the double left here, heading into the 180 right to head to the back stretch after a 180 left. And again, right there, Henrik McKay is staying right on the back of Gavin Dyer. Not able to make a pass yet, but is certainly they are working on pulling away from the field.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of it right now. And I like the strategy, too, from Henrik, sitting there in second place. He could be making moves here, to try and get past Gavin Dyer, but I think he's realized, if I stay in line with him here down this straightaway, follow him, match his lap times, give him a little bit of a push when I get the slipstream, we can pull away from Tyler Nash Turner, who we know is going to, send it as hard as he possibly can in these closing laps. And we could, have a nice little 2-kart battle for the lead instead of, possibly fall back into the clutches of the pack. Because if you look back there in third place, Nash Turner running great laps. He's got Emmett King and Parker Dunn right behind him. And, if there's one thing I know, both Emmett King and Parker Dunn also very well-weathered kart racers who are certainly capable of bringing home the hardware this evening as well.
That they are drivers to watch out for and see how they can handle out this run. They are very, very strong drivers, so just keep your eye on them as they go through and move their way along here in 206 Junior. Parker Dunn, the driver to watch here at this point, he was runner-up for the championship last year, won the penultimate round, round 11, and had a myriad of second places and third places through the season, but lost out to Jordan Lepin, who won 3 races going through the season. So keep an eye here, first and second going through, and then you have third, fourth, and fifth in a pack, and then sixth, seventh, and eighth in a pack here. So still everyone trying to find momentum, trying to find runs. Top 2 have opened up a gap of about 2.7 seconds.
In case you missed it, Emmett King starting to make moves here, trying to get past the machine of Tyler Nash Turner. He took a peek to the bottom into the double left-hander, wasn't able to find the power though to rifle off the corner. The favor went back to the machine, the 24 machine of Tyler Nash Turner. And I don't think this battle for third is over yet, because if you're Tyler Nash Turner, you look over your shoulder right now and you're starting to sweat a little bit.
Indeed, as we go through and along here, keep a look at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 here as they go through. This is going to be where things get, I think, really the most heated is these positions, because at some point they're going to realize that they can't catch up to the karts ahead, and they are going to start battling amongst themselves. And when they start to battle amongst themselves, that is where things will really start to open up. But we're just hitting half race distance. They have some time. It's just a matter of what can they do here as we go through. Nash Turner trying to hold off Emmett King back behind here. Emmett King looking for a move. And then you have Parker Dunn again, last year's runner-up, who's right there in the mix as well.
I'll tell you what, look up at the front too. It's that margin to victory is still very closely contested between first and second. Gavin Dyer has not been able to shake Henrik McKay at 71 card. I think he's waiting to the moment it matters the most to try and make a move, but he is hounding the 405 right now.
That he is, and that is going to be a big key for him, is just to keep the pressure on. Again, remember, we don't have any races tomorrow going on. This is just a one-day and done event, so if they can keep the pressure applied here, whatever you can do to wear out Gavin Dyer now, you are going to pay for it this race. Again, you got tomorrow to take naps, guys. We got to get racing done today, but if you want to take naps tomorrow, that is completely acceptable. As we see here, Gavin Dyer, Henrik McKay go through, and then they have opened up the gap to about 6 seconds, little over 6 seconds now between them and Nash Turner as these karts continue to move their way along. And that is a very, very impressive gap that they've opened up, because look at what's going on behind them. It's the Hornet's Nest with Tyler Nash Turner, Emmett King, Dunn, Klebe, Wade, and Juju Sivakumar, and even Kendall Collins and Maximus Stewart all now in the mix. You basically got everyone except for the first 2 and the last 2 kind of all compressed in with each other there going through Daytona. I mean, you can see that behind. That is where, you know, they are deciding to battle amongst themselves. Top 2 keeping it bumper to bumper, and everyone there third place back pretty well just starting to fight.
Go bumper to bumper into turn 1. Your race leaders nose to tail here, separated by literally 1/10 of a second at the stripe last time by. With 3 minutes and 57 seconds left on the board, plus 2 laps. I'm convinced that Henrik is just waiting until that last lap to try and make a move.
I think Henrik is really, really wise as a driver, which I get the feeling from Henrik McKay based on Henrik's racecraft and knowledge and just consistency at this point. I think Henrik McKay is very, very wise as a driver. This is going to be one of those for Henrik McKay to not push this yet. Let this go down to the final 2 laps and then take it down and make for a run, because that is going to be where you really find the difference here. And Henrik McKay is a very, very wise driver too. CKNA competitor going through, an up-and-coming kart driver along, and he is actually, I'll give a fun fact, only in 6th grade.
No kidding. No, when I was in
Maybe in
grade,
7th grade now.
Well, when I was that old, the only thing I was doing was sitting out in the yard with my, die-cast collection, broadcasting for the neighbors. So he's definitely living the dream right now compared to what I had going on, but showing a lot of talent and a lot of wisdom beyond his years here. And it goes for both of them up there at the front. Him and Gavin Dyer both putting together a really good performance. Also, a bit of a bobble, couple carts around here through the hairpin. That's going to be trouble. Got one beached up there against the retaining barrier.
Let's see here as they get back rolling. That was Maxon Klebe, who was the cart that was around there through, and that goes to show how quickly these races can change here. Just one small moment makes all the difference on the run as they go.
Maxon was putting together such a good run, too. Just sitting there in that top 5. Now he's going to find himself shotgun on the field, sitting in 12th. A little bit of separation up front here for the leaders, though. Sorry, that's not the leaders. That is 2nd and 3rd. That is across the stripe. It's going to be Parker Dunn, P3. He was able to get past Tyler Nash before the chaos happened there behind. And it's looking like Henrik McKay may have just taken the lead.
We'll see here how this plays through. Henrik McKay was lapping quicker than Gavin Dyer. And as we know, sometimes here at the K1 circuit here in Whiteland, sometimes it just takes that little bit of extra pace to make a big move, and you don't necessarily need to have a massive advantage going through. So let's see here where it goes through and how this happens as we go along into the final corners and get prepped for 3 more laps of racing when they cross the line. It'll be this lap and then 2 more after. So let's see how this plays along here as McKay is leading Gavin Dyer here at the run with 3 laps to go.
Got a ways to go, though. About, 3 laps remaining here? And
yes.
Gavin Dyer's not going to give this thing up easy. I mean, look at the pace he's had all day. He's led the most laps here in this final. It was great in qualifying, great in the heats. But him and Henrik absolutely matched for pace right now. It's just going to come down to whoever makes the right move and win.
That it is here as they're preparing to cross the line here for 2 laps to go. 2 more laps in this 206 junior final, and we'll see how it comes along for them as they go through. It's McKay leading Dyer right now as they go down through the first couple of corners. You can see how the rest of the field has sort of splintered away after that incident in the final corner. And here we go with the 2 to go signal here, Sheldon, as the top 2, McKay over Dyer at the moment.
Also fun. A little bit of info we got on your race leader, Henrik McKay, too. The 2025 Weeknight Series karting champion at Road America, of all places. So definitely a scrappy, talented driver, but he's got his hands full right now because Gavin Dyer all over the back bumper here, working into the final couple corners. And through the hairpin for the next to last time. Now through the final corner, cross the stripe. It's going to be Henrik McKay leading to the white flag. 1 lap to go here. And it's far from over. Down to the bottom. Here we go. Pass for the lead made. Here comes Gavin Dyer. Sends it deep. Here comes McKay around the outside. Wheel to wheel here. And it looks like Dyer's going to be able to hold on to it for now. But here comes McKay setting up where I said it might be a good call. Going to get the outside here through the right-hander. Now into the left hand. Which one's going to have the advantage on the straightaway?
Let's see here as they come through. They'll go bumper to bumper back, single file, bit of drafting to happen here through the bus stop into Daytona we go. And now it's just a few more corners to finish this one up. It is Dyer over McKay. McKay's going to go to the outside and try to switch it back on that penultimate corner. Let's see here into the final corner, another switch through. A little bit of a run. It's a drag race to the line. Let's see how this one plays out. And as they cross the line, celebration from Dyer as Dyer in the 405 cart will win your junior final here at the K1 circuit here in Whiteland, Indiana. Henrik McKay will come across in second. Tyler Nash Turner takes Parker Dunn for P3 over P4. Kendall Collins in fifth. Maximus Seward in sixth. Emmett King P7. And then from there, we finish things up. Nolan Wade overtaking Jiju Sivakumar right there at the line side by side. And then it's Max and Klebe, Blake Bachma, and Eli Marsh finishing this run out. 12 carts finishing your 206 junior final. 12 carts started your 206 junior final. What a wild drive and what a great run for Maximus Seward from 12th to 6th.
And what an incredible battle there between Gavin Dyer and Henrik McKay. Henrik thought he had it, man. He was so close, and things were just a little bit different those last couple corners. I mean, he had the momentum, had a great line, but Gavin Dyer just played him like a piano there. Great win for the 405 machine, and that was hard-earned because those two drivers, man, that was the cream of the crop right there.
That it was. And here we go. Right from that, we're going to go from 206 Junior to 206 Masters. And as a reminder, they haven't been on track since about 11:45 this morning. So it's been about 3 hours. The track is vastly warmer, vastly different. Let's see how it plays out for them as we go here. And your leader will be Troy Toney with Evan McCorkindale in second, Chad King, J. Brian Williams in fourth, Jesse Bullock, Mike Bacher, Tom Harleman, Nick Bailey, Jason Imhoff, and Tonka Jahari. Your carts going through with Nick Bailey, Jason Imhoff, and Tonka Jahari getting DNS's, did not starts in the heat here. Troy Toney was the fastest cart in the in the heat. We'll see if he can repeat that here in the final going through. Let's watch how this battle goes.
It's another one that we can't really pick a favorite because the field is absolutely full of all the favorites here. So we got one cart around in the back already.
See here as everyone gets caught up and going around that one outlap they're taking. They had discussed doing a second outlap, but they did not opt to do so today. The drivers, I think, decided they didn't really need it. They were able to get enough out of one full lap around this circuit over about the 55 to 60 seconds they take to do so to get their tires up to temp. And again, with the sun coming out, and it feels probably about 10 to 15 degrees warmer than it actually is when you're standing there in the sun and out. So that is probably why we find ourselves only with one out lap. Of course, nothing officially confirmed to me. I am just using 2 and 2 and making a very educated guess based on my experiences. Here we go. Toney and McCorkindale, King and Brian Williams, those top four, they are going to be good ones to watch here on the run through. Of course, McCorkindale, your defending champion. Troy Toney was second place in the championship last year. If Troy Toney can come off of a win from round 12 and get a great run here today, he would be setting a good precedent into 2026. We'll come into the tram lines. Let's see, will it be the defending champion restamping the mark to set the precedent for the season, or will it be the runner-up telling the defender that's not it? Green flag's out. We're running for finals here in Whiteland.
And get ready, guys. This is about to be one heck of a battle for the win. Got a feeling these guys are going to use all 12 laps to determine who it's going to, or all 12 minutes to determine who it's going to be. Bumper to bumper here. McCorkindale trying to get to the back of Toney. Troy Toney with the advantage, though, working down the back straight away. McCorkindale not too far in tow. Separation, though, from second and third. I think that's Chad King sitting in third place right now. About a second back from your race leaders. McCorkindale using every possible inch of the racing surface there through Daytona. I think he had the left tires dipped in the grass a little bit.
Yeah, they're really really pushing each other right now to try to take advantage of any advantage they can get here. Tony over McCorkindale with Brian Williams, Chad King, Jesse Bullock, and Mike Bockert going through. The only swap for position was Brian Williams and Chad King as they went through. So we'll see here where they can find themselves with Jason Imhoff in P7 here for the 206 Masters Final.
And
as it stands here.
Williams trying to recover too, make up from lost time. Remember, he had the big spin in the heat earlier. So trying to get himself carved back through the field here, quick and efficient to have a shot at the win. I mean, we saw how fast J. Brian Williams was in qualifying and the heat before his incident. And you know that he's absolutely out here trying to bring home the money this afternoon as well.
That he is. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to capitalize on that run as we go through. But the gap right now, let's see where the gap is from second to third. It's 2.2 seconds is currently the gap from second place to third place. So that is not going to help his case any here. If his goal is to try to go for a win, he needs to figure out how to close up 2 seconds to the top two. And the thing he needs is the top two to start battling, which I don't know that they're going to do just yet. Again, this is that wise driver strategy here in karting that you see, where it's size up your opponent, drive smart, drive smooth, and don't take an unnecessary risk that's going to put you under pressure from drivers behind.
Much things you see different up here at the front of this pack, though. You know, McCorkindale and Tony, they've probably put, they probably got anywhere between 200 races against each other under their belts at this point. And these guys, they just like to go out here and make a show of it. You know, I would not be surprised if we saw McCorkindale try to dive down to the bottom first chance he gets, make the pass on Tony going ahead and cross him over, and, they continue like that for about 2 or 3 laps if they could make it stick.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to really watch through as well. Again, Troy Tony has a YouTube if you want to go check out any of his stuff where he shows things off. He's ran in CK&A before as well. He is a very, very wise driver here going through, so no surprise at all to watch him and go along in the run when you see where he's at. Now, as far as Evan McCorkindale, of course, you're familiar with him if you watch here. And then he does have a few wins at KRA there at Newcastle. He works with Ghost Racing Engines, and we'll see where he goes through. And again, we have that great finish on the grassroots channel here of Kart Chaser, where it was 0.003 seconds between Troy Tony and Evan McCorkindale, if you ever are interested in that. And then, of course, McCorkindale last year went 3 for 3 here at the K1 circuit at Whiteland as it went through. He won 3 races out of 3 in a row. So he's a good one to watch as well to see where you really want to see some strength. They're drivers that very much you can keep an eye on.
The one thing I miss about we see these guys contending with a lap car here, right in the middle, through the grass goes McCorkindale and saves it. What an incredible rally there. I thought he was going to go off. Great drive by the 19 to keep that car between the lines. I mean, that could have been a big moment right there. And Evan McCorkindale did a great job maintaining it for the most part. Loses a little bit of time here to Troy Tony, but it's way better to lose a little bit of time as opposed to go off into the grass and, lose the entire race.
And then Troy Tony dipped a wheel a little bit as well out of the final corner, ran a little bit wide. I think that caught both of them quite off guard in different ways, but they were all able to save it. Amazing to see. But now look at what that's done. It's kind of closed up the top 4 a little bit here in their runs. So let's keep an eye on this here, because again, anything can change in karting in an instant here. You just have to be prepared for it and kind of expect the unexpected as they come through here. We'll see where the gaps fall when they cross the line and what Troy Tony can do at this point in terms of holding on. They cross the line. Gap is steady right there at 8.5 to 9/10, and gap to J. Brian Williams is steady as well. So this is going to be an interesting one. We're only half distance, plenty of time left to go.
What I was saying before, we had the lap car jump scare there in the final hairpin is the one thing I'm kind of missing about Troy Tony this year, though. And usually comes out sporting a white Kart, new paint scheme this year for the 444 machine. I always like the white Kart, though, because it really showed how aggressive Troy Tony can be as a driver. The thing was pretty much coated in tire marks from competition and races past. And I always kind of like that look on these things.
Yeah, it's always interesting to really see just how sort of elbows out racing you can get with the karts as they go along. You know, karting is one of those that you kind of see people get somewhat aggressive at times. You see drivers really give a challenge and fight through. Last time over, Evan McCorkindale was the fastest kart on track, by the way, cut the gap down from 0.8 to 0.4 as we go through. So he is working on finding momentum here and trying to catch the back of Troy Toney. He's definitely in slipstream position here now as Troy Toney a little bit of an off there going into that 180 right-hander. I think he took it a little bit tight and his wheel caught there. It slows him a little, but the good news about that hairpin, there's a hairpin right after. But the bad news through Daytona, when someone's real close to you, they close the gap very quickly. And here we go. This is where things are going to get interesting with 5 minutes to go. The gap is now basically eliminated to nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing, too, about the 206 Masters. You know, bigger karts, bigger drivers. That's a bigger pocket these guys are knocking in the air. It allows that guy behind you to get in the wake of your cart and pull a little bit more on the slipstream. You know, you don't see it as much with some of the smaller divisions, but these guys right here, you know, it's pretty effective. As we see McCorkindale all over the back bumper. Troy Toney here's the double left-hander now into the quick right. And I think McCorkindale's going to try and make the move. Takes a peek to the bottom here as we come onto the back straightaway. Falls back in the line behind Troy Toney, going through the bus stop into Daytona. Troy Toney holding the lead for now, working the bottom lane. Look at that. McCorkindale gets a drive down to the bottom, chases it down the hill, gets to the inside here into the hairpin. Side by side, a little bit of contact between the two. Here comes Troy Toney fighting back. Shuts the door here into the last corner and across the stripe. It's going to be Troy Toney leading this lap.
Not by a lot, but he is leading. Let's see if that continues, because here's the thing. When you have those battles that don't work out, what do you learn from it? You learn how that other driver will fight and defend. Side by side they go, up the inside, around. Here we go. This is, again, Troy Toney to the outside, McCorkindale to the inside, and now you continue to battle that one through. Here we go. Let's go back through the hairpins. Here we go. 180 right to a 180 left. Can McCorkindale hold against Troy Toney? The answer is a resounding yes. But how long can he do it? And you see a hand signal there saying, hey, let's move ahead and watch the kart ahead. And I think that he agrees with him there, the 444 of Troy Toney, because he doesn't go for a pass yet. He's holding on as the lap kart there of Imhoff will go all the way to the outside. Yeah, they stay right how they are with 3.5 minutes left to go, but I have a feeling that Troy Toney at some point will decide to go for this pass again.
He might have been gesturing, too, that there was a lap car there. You know, hey, let's play it smart. Let's not have that same issue we had earlier, you know, where we go into the last corner and get into the back of lap traffic and, you know, potentially mess up either one of our races. As you know, these two want to battle for it. They've been doing it for years here at Whiteland. Oh, that's a good corner exit right there for Troy Toney. Not able to capitalize, though.
Yeah, let's see here. He's looking to get a lot of speed down the back straight. I think he's going to go for a move out of Daytona. Look at this as he goes. That gap closing. Not close enough, though, as they come into 11. They hold on along, and now coming through the final couple of corners they go. And this is going to be where it sits. It's less than a kart length separated with 2.5 minutes to go. Bumper to bumper. Anything into turn one? Will they battle through the first sector? No. Troy Toney says, I'm not battling you while I try to turn at the same time. I'll stick behind you. We'll run the racing lines, and I'll set up a pass here in just a moment. Nothing yet, but that gap is completely gone.
Look who's slowly creeping himself up into the frame here. If you look back there in third, J. Brian Williams, you know, for a good majority of the race, wasn't really in the camera shot here with the leaders. Now slowly starting to peek back in.
And the more these two battle, the more that helps J. Brian Williams close that gap down. Because here's the thing, J. Brian Williams really isn't running pace to be closing in at this point. He really needs these top two to start going side by side. That's what's going to give him the big advantage to run through, because he doesn't have a drafting partner. He doesn't have a dance partner for this one. And when you have 51 sixes versus 52 flats coming from the top two versus J. Brian Williams at a 52 flat, I mean, that is a league of their own in terms of pace. So you can see where they have decided we're going to get away from J. Brian Williams. That way, if something happens, neither one of us lose this win. If we start battling a bit too much and go side by side for too long, we don't have to worry about J. Brian Williams coming in and stealing third place or stealing the win out of nowhere from third place.
We are bumper to bumper down into the bus stop, into Daytona. McCorkadale, Troy Tony going at it here for the win. Troy Tony with the advantage right now, working through the hairpin. Back into the final corner and across the stripe. It's going to be Troy Tony with the advantage again here this lap. McCorkadale right on the back. Sorry, McCorkadale with the advantage. Troy Tony right on the back bumper down into 1. Tony stays in line behind McCorkadale here through the first corner. Second corner, same story. Down to 3 and 4. And yeah, I think Troy's just pulling the smart move here, you know, staying in line, waiting till it matters the most. Probably going to see him move on the last lap or 2 laps to go here. Down the back straightaway here, getting ready to take 2 laps to go as we work into the bus stop. Now back into Daytona. Evan McCorkadale with the lead. Has shown a lot of pace here this afternoon from Whiteland. Can he hang on for 2 more laps with a hard-charging Troy Tony on the back bumper?
We'll see here. They come across. It's 2 laps to go this time by. This lap plus 1 more. So start thinking about what you're doing. And also, I want to show a lot of love to K1 Circuit here at Whiteland. They made a post in the Discord for the event saying a lot of their workers have swapped to new positions or doing new things. And you have to show a lot of love to all of the track workers that are here doing something new for the first time here this season and helping to make this event flow, because it lets us get these great battles here on camera like we have McCorkadale and Tony. And you see the look over the shoulder from McCorkadale. McCorkadale knows Troy Tony is there. As they come into Daytona, Sheldon, well, it's anyone's guess when this pass comes, or when the attempt comes at least.
It's going to happen. It better happen soon if you're Troy Tony, because time is starting to run out. Working through the hairpin for the next last time now through the final corner to take the white flag. 1 lap to go. Taking a peek to the outside. Not going to make anything stick of it, though. Troy Tony falls back in line here through turn 1. McCorkadale with the advantage leading into turn 2. All over the back bumper, though. Troy Tony going to keep him honest here. Working down to the double left-hander of turns 3 and 4. It's still McCorkadale up at the front, but by the thinnest of margins. And here he comes with the sling down to the bottom. It's going to be Troy Tony taking over the lead now down to the back straightaway. Here comes McCorkadale looking back to the bottom with the crossover. Down the back stretch into the bus stop. Troy Tony still holds the advantage leading into Daytona for the final time. Does McCorkadale get the launch into the final set of corners? Into the hairpin. A deep send here, but it's not going to be enough. Troy Tony hanging on to the advantage into the final corner here. And out of the last turn, it's going to be Troy Tony bringing it home for the 206 Masters.
Finished second place in the last round of 2025. Finished second place in the championship in 2025. And he's going to kick off 2026 with a win. Troy Tony able to overtake and hold off Evan McCorkadale for the win here. J. Brian Williams in P3, Chad King in 4th place, Jesse Bullock in P5, Mike Bacher in P6, Jason Imhoff in P7 when it's all said and done. What a final for 206 Masters here.
Absolutely. What a great race there. And also, we got the checkered flag jacket back. It's always good to see up here in the booth. Man, that was just such a great race, though. I mean, you get Troy Tony and Evan McCorkadale going at it. It's yearly. Like, those two put on one heck of a show every time we come here. Every time they grid up next to each other. Huge win, though, for Troy Tony.
Such a great run there from Troy Tony over Evan McCorkadale. And now we get to shift gears yet again. We go from 206 Masters to 206 Cadets. We go from some of the oldest groups to some of the youngest drivers here going through. And let's talk about it. James Fox, Jackson McNeely will be first and second. Lee Simonelik in third. Diesel Maxwell in fourth. Grayson Waite in P5 in the number 5. He picked up a 3-second penalty for a jump start. Kyler Hendrickson in 6. Miles Hale, P7. Bo Laser will be starting from 8th place with a 5-second penalty for incident responsibility for his moment with the lap down car. Christopher Hines in P9 and Luke Sutherland in P10. That will be how they will line up. You got to wonder how this is going to end up here. Bo Laser being found at fault by race control for the incident he had near the end of the race.
Well, tell you one thing. Keep your eyes on that car starting in 8th. Bo Laser was bad fast in qualifying, bad fast in the heat. It has been a day of attrition and bad luck for the 181 kart, but I feel like if he can just keep it all together, put the whole package together, you know, this 12-minute race, I think this could be the 181 machine sitting in victory lane if it all works out for him.
I think keep your eye on Diesel Maxwell, that number 67. He's not running the Mohawk. He's been good and consistent and fast. I think if the first corner goes his way, he's going to be in a good position here. We'll keep an eye on him in that number 67 kart as they go through. But, of course, turn 1 is where things can go together. It's where things can fall apart, and we've seen crazier things happen in turn 1 than that. So we'll just keep an eye on things as they go through here and along. Coming through back half of the formation lap now. James Fox would be a good one to watch, though, as well, and Jackson McNeely. They start 1-2 today. They finished the championship last year, P1, P2. Majority of wins coming James Fox's way, and a majority of runner-up positions going to Jackson McNeely when he was there. Grayson Waite as well was in the mix of runner-ups and podium positions. So you've got a lot of strong drivers that know this track, that know how to compete going through. They get into the tram lines here, and let's see how this 206 cadet class can perform over 12 minutes. We're green for final.
Good, clean first corner here for the field. No big issues. Everybody's single filing out pretty quick through turn 2. Bumper-to-bumper action here for the first position as we come down onto the back straightaway. Everybody's separating here pretty quick too. You know, I was expecting a little more pack action to start this one off.
I wouldn't speak too soon here. It looks like they're already starting to close the gaps back in here as they go along. So everyone's stretching out now. Everyone closing things right back in as they go. And, well, there's your shuffle up on the field. Hendrickson dropping several positions here as we go through. So it's Fox, McNeely, Simonellic, Waite, Maxwell, Laser, Hendrickson, Miles Hale, Christopher Heinzen, and Luke Sutherland rounding things out. Pass for second place. Simonellic on McNeely there to the inside. I think he's going to be able to hold it there as he does a little bit of a checkup. That'll let James Fox try to stretch a little bit of a gap, but those karts in second, third, fourth getting a good battle along here. And Grayson Waite now not able to get a pass through, but certainly is thinking about it at this point.
James Fox trying to separate himself from the pack here. A couple kart links between him and Jackson McNeely. McNeely putting on a good run here, trying to hold off the third place runner of Leet Simonellic. Oh, sorry, Leet Simonellic actually moved up into the second position over Jackson McNeely there. Gotta get my helmet recognition figured out up here, guys. Leet Simonelic's been bad fast here as well today, so James Fox, it's not going to be an easy one for him if he's able to bring it home.
Certainly won't. I don't think he'll be done. A little bit of a bog down there, and that's Grayson Waite there with the yellow helmet moving ahead of Jackson McNeely. He gets up into P3 now as they go down the backstretch. We'll see if McNeely can give a challenge back to Waite as they go through, but you can see there the move happened. It was very clean, and now we wait here as we might see a move for the lead soon.
Oh, here it is right there. They touched a little bit in the hairpin. Leet Simonellic had to crack the throttle a little bit, though. Got into the back of James Fox, lost a little bit of momentum. Helped James Fox work through the corners pretty well, though. Now Fox with the advantage coming into one. Simonellic staying nice and tidy there on the curbing. Turn 2, it's still James Fox with the advantage. Here comes Leet Simonellic taking another peek down to the bottom. Not able to make anything play of it. Trying to run a little bit of defense as Grayson Waite is all over the back bumper of the 189 kart. Down the back straightaway. The only thing that you got to do now if you're Leet Simonellic is just try to stay in the slipstream. Try to reel that 12 machine of James Fox back in. You don't want him to run away from you.
We'll see here what happens as this gap continues to close, momentum continues to shift, and remember, we still have 8.5 minutes of racing left to go here at this point as the karts cross the run, and Grayson Waite, actually disregard that. Diesel Maxwell, currently the fastest kart on track. Here's a pass for the lead, diving down to the inside. Simonelli wanted to go for a move, wasn't able to capitalize, and maybe has opened up the door to get passed by Grayson Waite behind. Grayson Waite here trying to defend, but that is going to let Jackson McNeely make a run around the outside. So we still have top four swapping positions here as McNeely gets around Grayson Waite there to go up into third place. We've got the top six all together, very close down the back stretch at the moment. Through the bus stop, through Daytona they go. Let's see, does anyone want to try anything wild into the third sector? If there was a class to do it, it would be 206 cadets. I see a pass there from Diesel Maxwell on Jackson McNeely, I believe that was, going through, moving up. And now let's see the momentum and how it shifted through the field here as we cross the line, and it's McNeely up to third. It's actually Bo Laser and Maxwell that swap positions.
And down here for the lead, a little bit of contact. Up the hill goes James Fox. Lead Simonelli going to take the lead. Muscles him up out of the way a little bit. But here comes the 189 machine now with the advantage, and I believe he pulled Jackson McNeely along with him in second place.
Watch out for Bo Laser back there in the background. He's getting a run, a little bit of dirt being kicked up. His karts are all trying to find racing room here in this top six. You see the top three are starting to pull a gap as fourth, fifth, and sixth battle each other here as we go through. This is where things are going to get very, very interesting. If the top three don't start battling, but we know they will, if they don't for some reason, then that might give them a little bit of breathing room here as we see the fourth, fifth, and sixth position karts here battling it through, and it is going to be Simonelli ahead of McNeely with James Fox in third. Laser, Waite, Maxwell is how they reset through. Simonelli now has to defend. McNeely going to the outside. He's going to try to switch it, but great defense from Simonelli to hold that inside line. The first sector has been a popular passing place.
And look at this. James Fox is trying everything he can to try and get second place stolen away from Jackson McNeely. He's pretty much putting that kart everywhere the first two won't, which is paying off for him. He's able to stay tacked into the rear bumper here very well, giving a bit of a push to the back of the 538 machine, down the back straightaway into the bus stop, now into Daytona. And it's still Leon Simonelli with about a kart length and a half advantage over second place, but we've seen how quick that evaporates, and that's how quick it does. Right back to the rear bumper comes the 538 machine of McNeely.
Here we go. Let's see how this plays out as they cross the line. They go along, and again, everyone holds position. Fastest kart on track is Grayson Waite there in fifth, and you see a move from James Fox to try to get past McNeely for third, or for second, not able to move up here. Now fourth and fifth are closing into the mix yet again here, and we still have over 5 minutes of racing to go, plus 2 laps after that, so plenty of battles left to go through for these karts. And by the way, don't look, everyone, but look who's worked their way up into fourth place. It's Bo Laser, fourth in this conga line of karts as they go through. We'll see how that plays along. Are we setting up a move out of Daytona for P2? The answer is no.
I can't tell you at this point who it's going to be, man. It is so fiercely contended up here in the first 3 spots between Simonelli, McNeely, and Fox. You also cannot count out Bo Laser and Grayson Waite or Diesel Maxwell, all within pretty much a stone's throw of your race lead. Battle starting to shake up here for P1, but it cools down as quick as it heats. But back up to the rear bumper. Here comes McNeely, going to try and take another stab at it through the double left-hander, now into the quick right. But it's going to be Simonelli hanging on to it. Lap traffic in front of him. A little bit of contact. Ricochet domino effect here between first and third. And old McNeely's probably feeling a little shaken up there, that 538 kart after that.
Let's see here how they go as they go down into the run.
And the lap cart's going to be in the way here. It's going to slow him down. Here we go. Pass for the lead. McNeely contact. Going to take the lead away from Leon Simonelli as we work into the final turn.
And you saw the immediate hand up there from Simonelli, kind of just what is happening here. Not happy with the actions of the lap cart. And here we go, though. Dive down the inside. That's going to be a pass from Simonelli to get back into the lead if he can hold on to it here. And let's see, into turn 2, he does so. Simonelli back up in the lead after losing it half a lap ago.
And Simonelli would not be denied here from Whiteland. Holding the advantage right now over McNeely. But it's any man's race up here in this top 5. Look at how close. It's 6 karts under a blanket right now. I don't think I've seen a race this competitive in quite some time. How about you?
It's been a hot minute here, but they're definitely giving a good run here. Through Daytona they go, and again, Simonelli trying to hold off and defend against McNeely, as McNeely's looking to very quickly try to get a pass along here. James Fox, Laser, Grayson Waite, and Diesel Maxwell all holding through. Defense to the inside there from Simonelli, and that's going to let McNeely run the outside. Will there be a pass, or is this going to cause McNeely to lose a position to James Fox? James Fox is able to work through, and now it's defense for McNeely. So McNeely down into third now, James Fox up into second, and Lee Simonelli now has a little bit of breathing room for at least a moment here. We're under 3 minutes to go.
This is the first bit of breathing room anybody's had from the lead since we took the green flag earlier. Simonelli trying to run away with it. A couple kart links separating him from Jackson McNeely. McNeely about to fall into the clutches here of James Fox. Remember, James Fox looked strong at the start of this one. Sitting back there in third place, got cycled out. He still got a good shot of it as well. Crossed the line, top 3 under a second from each other. And look at the recovery from Bo Laser, sitting in 4th place right now, just a second back from your race lead. It's been an up and down day for him here today at the track, but he is doing a great job when it matters most. 2 minutes plus 2 laps remaining, and he's still got a shot at it.
That he does. We'll see here how it plays through. Remember, James Fox started in first place, so if he can find his way back up to the front and convert the Heat win into a final win, he would be very, very happy here. And I wouldn't count it out yet as he's closing up that gap to Lee Simonelli here as they go through, coming around here, a minute 40 left to go, so call it about 4 to 5 laps remaining at this point as they cross the start-finish line. And again, Simonelli's still taking that defensive first sector line here as he goes through. He's still really trying to hold on. He's not necessarily focused on a lot of speed. He's focused on consistency, steadiness, and holding on to his lead. And you see him look over the shoulder there. He knows that he has James Fox behind, who is the quickest kart on track right now out of anyone. So did James Fox save enough to get to the end of this run? We're going to find out here momentarily as they continue through and go through the bus stop, through Daytona. That gap closing slowly but surely into turn 11. They go. No pass to be found for the lead there. Into the final corner. No pass for the lead yet. And as they come across the start-finish line, it's going to be a separation of virtually nothing going through as they come along. Here we go. Defensive inside. Simonelli, James Fox to the outside here. And it's a beautiful defensive line there from Simonelli. Parks the bus, and that kart will hold back James Fox at least for another corner as he goes through, and he is working to defend with everything that he's got in that helmet, in those tires, in that kart, with 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go.
This bow heating up here all over the rear bumper. James Fox trying to get past the 189 machine of Liat Simonelli. The battle for the win still heavily contested into the bus stop here. Simonelli trying to hold the advantage through Daytona. Still hangs on to the lead here into the hairpin. Out of the hairpin for the final, for the next to last time as we come across the stripe to take 2 laps to go. Simonelli starting to build a little bit of an advantage now. James Fox misses a little bit there in turn 1 through turn 2, starting to tuck up a little bit closer to the rear bumper of the 189 machine. But Simonelli just running really tidy lines here, real up close to the curbing, not, letting the kart wander too much. I feel like he's just maximizing on those apexes. It's really giving him a great drive up off of the corner. James Fox is going to throw everything but the kitchen sink at it and try and get this job done here as we work into Daytona here for the next to last time. Now back into the hairpin.
Great run here as we come out of the final corner. This will get us into the final lap of running. White flag will be out, and this is where we need to see what defense Leet Simonellic has in that card. He's defended for so
to the
many
outside.
runs.
Here
Can
we
he
go.
do it here? Here we go. James Fox looking outside. He's going to try to make a tight line work here. Simonellic parks the bus, and Fox needed to try to dive to the inside there. He doesn't. Now he's going to try to run through. He's going to try to put the nose around again in through the double left apex into the 180 right to go to the backstretch 180 left. Here we go. This is Simonellic just doing everything right for the defense here. And for Leet Simonellic, who has done so many great runs here, this is a defense masterclass in a way that I can't explain. The Unionville, Indiana driver has about half a lap of defense he needs to do.
Down to the bottom.
Inside goes Fox. Simonellic will swap back through. Can he get a pass back into the final corner? He's going to be there. He's going to put the nose through, and that's defense there from James Fox. Remember, it's never over till it's over, and as the double checkered flags wave, it will be James Fox who pulls the win here in 206 Cadet.
What a drive from James Fox there in that last lap to get the job done. Leet Simonellic looking at the thing wrapped up, but you never count out James Fox when he's up there at the front, bringing it home P3, though, after a great recovery from a rocky start this afternoon and morning. Bo Laser in the 181 machine over Jackson McNeely coming home fourth. Fifth place going to Grayson Waite with Diesel Maxwell coming home in sixth. Seventh goes to Christopher Heinzen with Kyler Hendrickson coming home P8. Ninth place going to the 15 machine of Miles Hale with Luke Sutherland rounding out the 10 kart field. And that's done and dusted here for the 206 Cadets. And man, what a race that was, Brad.
That was an amazing run there. Simonellic doing everything right, leading so many laps and defending, and in turn 11 of the final run, loses it there. That is heartbreaking for Leet Simonellic. And for James Fox, I mean, doing everything possible, running through. I mean, he was third at one point in this race for a majority of it, and then in the end was able to get up to second, put some pressure down, put in some fast laps, and then make that pass in a place that we hadn't really seen all day into turn 11. A great move from him there. And that rounds out the 206 Cadets. That's half done, half dusted. And K.A. Jr. is up next here. Gavin Dyer, Andrew Avalos, Jordan LePen, and from there, Nolan Wade will be in fourth place. P5 here, Tyler Nash Turner, Ed Tamaru, Henrik McKay, and Jiju Sivakumar, the 8 karts that will take on this 12 minutes plus 2 laps. And we release the karts here. Let's get this rolling. All right, so who are we picking at this point for K.A. Jr.?
Asked me to pick, man. This is such a great field here. I mean, I seriously see anybody in the top 5 getting the job done based on the speed we've seen this morning. Gavin Dyer has been great. Andrew Avalos always puts together a good show. Jordan LePen, always great. Nolan Wade has been very strong today. Tyler Nash Turner, very aggressive, very fast. I mean, I think it could be any one of these top 5s. These top 5 guys here. I can't pick one. How about you?
I think it's going to have to be Tyler Nash Turner, honestly, all things considered, just with the way he ran in the heat. He had a good heat going through, just a little bit unlucky. And I got to wonder if that will be where that one comes through. So I'm going to keep my eyes on it. But that is who I think I'm going to be picking when it's all said and done. We'll see here as they go, though. I mean, you never know. Something crazy could happen. Coming down through into the tram lines, you see them getting the signal to slow down here and whoa up. We'll see how this goes through. Hitting the tram. Well, I think we're hitting the tram lines. Let's see here. Into the tram lines they go. Where they stop? Well, it's going to be when the checkered flag flies in 12 minutes plus 2 laps. We're racing for K.A. Jr. Green flag out.
I wouldn't count your chickens for the hatch. We've seen a few of them stop way before we get to the checkered flag today. Want to put that one out there.
Fair. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Up at the front, looks like Gavin Dyer still has control of it down the back straightaway here for the first time. So we wait for our scoring to click back in here. Clean line for second place there, though, through Daytona. Closes up a lot of ground. It seems like the lower you get the cart down there, the faster you go. Cross
Really
the
is a
stripe.
good run to watch here.
Cross the stripe, Gavin Dyer, your race leader over the 99 machine of Nolan Wade. Jordan LePen hanging on to third with Tyler Nash Turner picking up a spot there on the initial start, moving himself up into fourth in the 24 machine.
What about Gigi Sivakumar moving up 3 places there from 8th to 5th here on the start? He is the back run of that 5-cart line, a little bit wide there from Nolan Wade. That allows Jordan LePen to get through. Nolan Wade says, I'll be the pusher. I don't want to be pushed. And that, I think, is an interesting swap of position for that second place there. I think it's a very conscious pass. And down the inside goes Nash Turner, going pretty aggressive here early on.
Nash Turner being aggressive. I didn't see that coming. Not gonna work out. They're gonna lose 1 spot here on the second lap. Andrew Avalos dropped a few spots at the start, moves himself back up into P4, gaining 2 spots on the second lap here. Gavin Dyer still holding on to the lead, but it is closely contested because Jordan LePen is right there.
Absolutely, and make it P3 for Andrew Avalos, getting past Nolan Wade into the first corner here. He is looking to very quickly move his way back up the field if he can as they go along, but that gap between Dyer and LePen is, I mean, it's a dire situation so far. It's 9/10 of a second, though. It's not that unfortunate of a gap. It is a pretty decent gap, though, to overcome, but we'll see as these carts get going what happens here. Really, for Gavin Dyer, he needs everyone behind him to battle, but when you have Andrew Avalos putting in 0.3 of a second quicker laps than you are in the lead, you probably need to be aware here as Avalos and Jordan LePen are battling. Avalos with a little bit of a run here. See if he can capitalize going through the double left, now into the 180 right, and then back into the 180 left. He's going to try a deep dive
they
to the
touch.
inside. That stalls him out a little bit, and here we go, coming through.
Yeah, that bottled both of them up there. That's going to work out great for Gavin Dyer. He's going to be able to get a little bit more of an advantage here on the field, because that is a costly area on the track to really make mistakes like that that'll bog the motor down. It takes you about a corner to get it back gathered, and, well, going into the longest straightaway on the track, it's not beneficial for anybody unless you're the guy that doesn't get caught in it. Across the stripe that time, though, 1.6 seconds to the advantage of the 805 car to Gavin Dyer. Jordan LePen hanging on in second with Andrew Avalos, a couple cart lengths back, sitting there in third. Well, almost a second back. Gavin Dyer still with the lead, second and third, starting to heat up here. Jordan LePen starting to feel a little bit of pressure from behind from Andrew Avalos. Avalos has been so quick here this weekend as well. And the fastest lap of the race right now falling into the hands of the 807 machine with a 46.624. Puts him up about 0.3 of a second quicker than the car he's battling right now, the 817 of LePen.
And there goes Avalos up into second place past LePen. Very clean pass into turn 1. No contest, no hesitation. And here we go. This is where I think this race is going to come alive here in KA Junior. It's going to end up with Dyer and LePen really running through with each other here. And we'll figure out where this goes along and through the final few minutes, because this is where the gap is going to have to really be closed down. That 46.624 to a 46.7, 0.3 of a second a lap should give time for him to close this 1.7 second gap. But even then, coming through 46.5, never mind, 46.34 that time through, closing the gap by 0.2 last time through to a 1.76 second gap as they come along here through the double left apex. And you can see just really giving it a run here at the moment. Andrew Avalos doing everything to try to close this gap to Gavin Dyers. We're under 7 minutes to go, approaching half time distance, and this will be one of those moments where as you go through, you just have to start really hitting your marks, being consistent. And again, remember, you nap tomorrow, so anything you can do today to push this thing forward and start closing time and getting along, that is what you need to do. You need to make sure you leave nothing on the table.
Oh, if Gavin Dyer keeps putting these big lap times down here and starts pulling further and further away from this field, I think a lot of these guys might start napping a little bit quicker than expected because Gavin Dyer's up here kind of stinking up the show a little bit. 2 seconds ahead at the line that time. That 8:05 machine is just swinging hard here when it matters most. 6 minutes left plus 2 laps. It's going to be interesting to see if he's able to keep up that pace. So we've seen, bigger leads fall quicker.
That we have. It wouldn't surprise me a bit either to see this lead go through because you never know what's going to happen here. You're pushing the cart very quickly because the thing is Gavin Dyer knows that Avalos and Jordan LePen are behind and knows that they're quick and knows that they're looking to close the gap. But then again, there it is. That's a 0.4 of a second swing that last lap. So, I mean, you're really sort of sitting on a weird seesaw balancing act moment. You just have to sort of watch and see where this goes here as Avalos and Jordan LePen, if they start battling more, I mean, of course, that gives the breathing room to Gavin Dyer, but that means for them, they give up the chance for a win here, and I don't think either of them are going to do that. I think for Jordan LePen, he's going to pick the better option of just working behind with Avalos, seeing if they can't close things up to Gavin Dyer, but at the rate they're losing pace and the more pace they lose as they go, I think that's a taller ask than they may be asking for. Watch this here.
That
Gap
is
opened 0.7 last
that
lap.
is what 3-4 laps in a row that Gavin Dyer has ran the fastest lap of the race.
Yep.
And each lap whittling it down about 0.2 of a second from the prior. Everybody else is running the same pace. Everybody else is locked in, hitting the same laps here. And Gavin Dyer is just pulling that advantage more and more each lap. It was a 46.122 that time by 0.7 of a second quicker than the lap Andrew Avalos set down. See if he does it again here.
Gavin Dyer has hit his stride, his rhythm, his run. Crosses the line 46.124, 2 milliseconds off of his best time.
Of a second off of his best time, which was the time that he did a lap earlier on lap 8.
All right. I know I was saying that Andrew Avalos needed to drive like there was nothing to do tomorrow, but I think Gavin Dyer heard that and said, let me take that advice instead here. Gap 3.5 seconds from the leader to P2.
Look at the gap right now. That is impressive.
Look at the back half of the field battling. Now that is a wild battle to see.
We haven't seen a whole lot of walk-offs here in the heats or anything like that. Maybe 1 or 2, but Gavin Dyer out here trying to go for the mic drop moment as he comes across the start-finish line again. Another blistering lap, 46.297 to Andrew Avalos' 46.455. And Jordan LePen running just about equal, a couple tenths off that time, but with Andrew Avalos not too far off his pace. So the real battle is for second.
That it is. This is going to be an exciting one to really see how it boils down here. Under 3 minutes to go for Gavin Dyer, holding out that gap at the moment going through from Wisconsin. So we'll see here what he can do going through. He has won in CKNA before in sportsman category. So running through in KA Junior, he's having a good time here, I would argue. So we'll see what he does here going through in his run. He's having a very, very good day so far.
What a blistering pace that Gavin is setting. Still setting 46.2 second lap times. And it's really hard to focus on much else right now because everybody else in the field just kind of single filed out, some separation between the majority of the cars. Really the only battle that looks like it's starting to brew right now is the battle for 6th place between Ed Tamaru and Nolan Wade. Also, issues for Tyler Nash Turner.
It's unfortunate for him dropping down.
Yeah, he's scored 2 laps down at the stripe this time. Which is such a shame. Had so much pace earlier. I wonder what happened with the kart. Something amiss, obviously.
see here how it plays out for the run here. 1:19 left to go here for Gavin Dyer in the lead as he goes through and tries to hold his way forward. Watching what happens here for him as he moves his way forward and along. In second place, still tightly contested at the moment. A second between Avalos and Jordan LePen as they go through. They continue to keep themselves along. And then Siva Kumar in fourth, Henrik McKay, Ed Tamaru, Nolan Wade in seventh, and Tyler Nash Turner again in eighth place. But I think his day is actually done.
Such a rough break there, man.
Absolutely. We'll see here what happens for him as they go through and along the final few minutes here, coming through 30 seconds as we cross the line. And you can see here the next time around will be that 2 to go signal. Let's watch and see as we hit the lines through. And again, just for Gavin Dyer, it's just hitting marks at this point. It's just having a run here for the number 805. He's just got to continue running that cart along from Kiel, Wisconsin, actually, is where he is from here, all the way in Whiteland.
Gavin Dyer, it's been a blistering pace since we dropped the green flag 12 minutes ago. Down the back straightaway here into the hairpin. And he's worn him out, man. He's completely worn out the field, just driving off into his own area code at this point as he comes across the line to take the 2 to go signal from the start-finish line. Down into turn 1. And just good, clean, steady lines here for the 805 machine. And I don't think anybody told him that qualifying was over.
Not at all, which I think is fine for him, honestly, going through, because he's just being very smooth and consistent and having a run, having a great move of his day. So he's just holding on there through, having a great time.
Down to the hairpin for the next to last time. Gavin Dyer with a 4.2 second advantage over the field, leading us out of the final turn across the stripe to take the white flag. I don't think we've seen anybody this dominant all day here. Gavin Dyer definitely going to be a name to keep your eyes on this year as the Indy Karting Championship continues through into the summer. Because if he's this fast today, man, I'm worried about these guys later on in the season. Bringing down the back straightaway here for the last time, the 805 machine. Well ahead of all the competition, into the bus stop for the last time, now through Daytona. Just has to make through these next couple corners with no big issues with the cart. He should be home free, out of the hairpin for the last time, and into the final corner. And to the checkered flag, it's going to be Gavin Dyer with a dominating performance here today.
Andrew Avalos bringing home second there. Jordan LePen in third. 6.666 seconds behind Gavin Dyer there. Andrew Avalos in second place. 4.2 ended up being the final gap. Siva Kumar in fourth. Tamaru in fifth. Wade, Henrik McKay, and then Tyler Nash Turner unfortunately finishes several laps down. We saw the car off at turn 11, and I believe that was Tyler Nash Turner who was off in that run. So with that being done, we have 3 heats left to go and a little bit of cleanup to do here around this K1 circuit at Whiteland, the Indy Karting Challenge. Round 1 almost done for the day. Crazy to say that we only have a few more rounds left. So we're going to take a quick moment here and let them get the carts ready to go because they have to get those couple carts off track. All right, and as the carts get rolling here, let's talk about KA Masters and KA Senior. It's going to be Adam Maxwell leading things with Lucian Laser in second, Dane Van Dyke in third here, and fourth place going through for Mason Ward. P5 will be Abram Dean, Tyler Demand, Danny Cutshaw going through. And as a reminder, this is a combined senior and masters class going through. So you have Tyler Demand and Danny Cutshaw, who are your KA master drivers that are mixed in with these KA senior drivers. We'll see how that affects things as they go through and along. This is going to be an interesting race to watch for them as they go through their way. And as, again, a reminder here for KA Senior as it goes, Tyler Demand will be starting 8th. Andy Zhang will be starting 9th on the run. So we'll keep an eye on this as they go through. I am thinking this is going to be a very, very exciting race here for the drivers as they go. Andy Zhang was disqualified for being light in the scales. That is why you see him starting all the way back in last place. Coming through the tram lines they go, and we'll see how that plays out for the run. Adam Maxwell was the fastest kart and won by 2 seconds in the heat. We'll see if he can repeat that result here in the final, as we're green for the final here in KA Senior Master Combined.
And side by side all the way through the first corner there. Now up to the front of the pack. I believe that is that Maxwell just took the lead over from Laser?
Believe so. I'll double check myself here in just a moment as we go through down the back stretch. This is going to be I think this is going to be a very hard fought final, honestly, going through
100.
for the Senior Masters.
100%. Bumper to bumper here through the hairpin for the first time. Out through the final corner and to the start-finish line, and we will have confirmation in a second. No, it is actually Lucian Laser holding on to the lead here for the first lap. Adam Maxwell all over the back bumper, down to 1. Mason Ward picks up a spot, moves himself to the final step of the podium, sitting in third place as he tries to close in on your race leaders, but he is heavily contested because Dane Van Dyke all over the back bumper here through turn 4.
Dane Van Dyke with a great send down the inside there, going through and able to actually clear up into P3 against Mason Ward. And now we'll see, do they work together to chase down that top 2, or are they going to keep fighting each other here? Because Maxwell and Laser are going to start fighting sooner rather than later, I would say, as they go along here and through the final corners. We'll see when that starts, because once that starts, that's going to let Ward and Van Dyke start to close up. And when Ward and Van Dyke can start closing up, that's going to let things get really competitive really fast here as they cross the line and go through. Gap 1.7 seconds between the top 2 and P3. We'll see if that maintains as we go through here. So we're only a couple minutes into this final, and already another battle and pass attempt for the lead is brewing.
And bumper to bumper here as we load onto the back straightaway. Adam Maxwell all over the rear bumper of Lucian Laser in the 880 machine up through the bus stop into Daytona. Laser trying to hang on. Here comes Maxwell, though, up to the bumper again. Don't think he's going to try to make the pass this early, though. If he looks over the shoulder, he's going to notice that Dane Van Dyke right back there behind him, just about a little over a second. And if there's one thing I've learned being in the booth here a handful of times at Whiteland is you don't count out the driver of that 79 machine either. Is that about for the lead right now?
Here.
Yes, it is. And a crossover and a switchback side by side through 3 and 4. I believe Maxwell just grabbed the lead.
That he did. Adam Maxwell into the lead here over Lucian Laser with a great pass there through the first sector of the track. We've seen that work out time and time again today as we go through down Daytona. And now Lucian Laser here will be sitting here trying to pass back. And what have they done since they started fighting for position? Well, look where Van Dyke is here in the mix as well. Watch where that gap is when they cross the line. Gap actually stayed consistent. Didn't expect that. I thought that gap would open up a bit more because they spent a lot of time side by side, but they really didn't lose any time when it was all said and done. So for Adam Maxwell and Lucian Laser, they are just holding on here first and second, continuing through. We'll see if Van Dyke, Ward, or Dean can start closing that gap up as they go along here as we continue through. And right now down the backstretch. At this point, Lucian Laser needs to start doing some calculations and thinking about, when can I get this pass done again? And is it easier for me to block for the lead, or is it easier for me to attack from behind? And what do I want to be later in the race?
And Maxwell setting a blistering pace right now, 45.697 at the line that time. 2/10 of a second quicker than Lucian Laser in second, but Lucian Laser not falling off toe here. 3 and 4. Adam Maxwell trying to grow the gap to second place. Great corner exit there for Lucian Laser. They're going to pull up a little bit closer as we come down the back straightaway. A little bit of a bobble for the 880 machine. Going to lose some time here. Great corner exit for the 141 of Maxwell into the Daytona. Back into the hairpin here. And I think Maxwell is trying to do the same thing we saw last race. I think he's just trying to slip away from the pack.
Certainly looks like it here as we go along. I think that is going to be the strategy for now going through and along, is to just really sort of let these top two separate from the pack before they start battling. Or for Maxwell, it's just separate from Laser at this point and do what you can to find your way forward. 7 minutes left to go. We're approaching halftime as they go through the left-hander here and continue their way down the back stretch. You can see just how that gap is opening. The big thing is we need to avoid the accordion effect, where it opens and then closes and then opens and then closes. You need to keep that gap consistently opening up. We're not playing an accordion. We're trying to race a go-kart forward here and keep pace through. Crossing the line this time, it's an even faster best lap, as unfortunately Lucian Laser was even slower last time along. Gap now 1.3 seconds between Maxwell and Laser. That's exactly what Maxwell needs to keep that gap doing, is just opening up consistently.
Yeah, Maxwell slipping away from the field here. 1.3 seconds over Lucian Laser. Laser trying everything he can to close in right now. But it's looking kind of like the last race all over again here. And man, what a great day of racing action we've had here today.
It's been a lot of fun. This has been a very, very great round one here at the K1 circuit here in Whiteland. And as they go through and they continue along, this is going to continue to just be fun. And remember, this is a 12-round championship through the season. This is not just a, one and done thing or a couple of months go. This is one of those that will continue through the year. And it's the reason this is one of my favorite championships in the run, is because this is a go that can go for the entire season. And if you are interested in participating, of course, if you're in the area, make sure you join, because this is the run through. This is technically what we call the pro track that we are running right now. This is called the pro track with a hairpin, is what this track is that we're running through. So it's a track that is very well known. It's a track that has some great running. And so we just have to wait and see really how this goes through and how this goes along.
2.6 seconds now, the gap between first and second. Just under 5 minutes remaining here for the KA Masters and KA Senior Final. And your top three just all on islands all their own right now. Adam Maxwell works around here trying to grow that lead ever so slightly. Start-finish line this lap going to be a 45.762 to a 46.455 from Lucian Laser. 3.3 seconds now separating your front two runners. Lap times a little bit closer for second and third. Lucian Laser and Dane Van Dyke running within a 1/10 of a second of each other, but a couple seconds separating the two. Gonna make it real difficult for Dane to really catch up at this rate.
Let's see here as we go through. Maxwell going through Daytona and along, and will continue to go through as he got the point by there down the back straight by Cutshaw, allowing him through. 3.5 minutes left to go, and he is continuing to open up margins here. Adam Adam Maxwell, the owner and head driver of AMAX Karting, and he is doing a great job right now of keeping things going here in KA Senior. Mason Ward and Abram Dean have swapped places for P4.
Oh, yeah, Adam Maxwell absolutely flying right now.
Lucian Laser doing a great job working his way through lap traffic there, through the hairpins, and now down the backstretch here. And Sheldon, I mean, at this point, for Adam Maxwell, I mean, I feel like he could even let up like a 10th or so a lap, and he'd be just fine.
I mean, it'd be nice for us if he'd let up, you know, a second or two for a lap or so, right? Because he is gone right now. I'm sure Lucian Laser wouldn't argue with that either.
Oh, not at all, I'm sure. We'll see how this plays along for the run as they go, as they continue their way through. They keep these battles alive, and this is just a case, again, at this point where it's just keeping things consistent and smooth as we watch everyone continue their way through here for Senior Master running. And for those of you keeping track of Masters, it's Tyler DeMann over Danny Cutshaw right now, with the gap being around 10 seconds between them at the moment as they go through. So there's a considerable gap between that 737 and the 22 as they go along and through. So, but Tyler DeMann looking to win KA Masters at the moment, but in KA Senior, Adam Maxwell, Lucian Laser, Dane Van Dyke, and Mason Ward, your top four.
Also, Adam Maxwell, these last two laps. Lap 11 came across the stripe, was a second quicker than Lucian Laser in second. This last lap, 0.8 of a second quicker. I don't think you're catching that 141 machine unless something catastrophically goes bad with Adam Maxwell here. Let's do the hairpin here. A minute and 10 seconds remaining here for this final, plus the 2 laps after that. There's been a dominant drive here so far for driver number 141.
Such a great drive for that 141 of Maxwell. I'm just looking to see at this point here from Maxwell, what is it that he's doing different? Like, I think if you go back and you watch this run, what is it that Maxwell is doing different over Lucian Laser that is truly going along and making the big difference? Like, that is one of the things that you have to watch and go through. And I would say that for any driver of AMAX Racing, that is something they're going to be looking at. They'll sit down and look at some footage and talk with, of course, their boss there and say, hey, what were you doing different that I can learn from here? 15 seconds plus 2 laps to go. So call it 3 laps to go here. And again, as a reminder, the drivers here in the KA Senior Master Run for AMAX Racing, it's 1-2 right now for AMAX, the local karting team here from Whiteland, Indiana. It is Maxwell and Laser who are going to lock out a very solid 1-2 right now. So I think even if Maxwell and Laser were close, I almost don't know how much they would battle.
Cross stripe there. Lead still growing, just about 7 seconds now between first and second. Make it 7.1. 2 laps remaining to decide it all here for the KA Masters and the KA Senior Final. And there is just no catching Adam Maxwell here.
It's a great run from Maxwell here going through with Laser in second. And to kind of give you all an idea of what you're in for this season, the 12 rounds coming through. So you only have to wait a couple of weeks to get the next round of the Indy Karting Challenge. It'll be April 11th will be the next round of IKC. And then from there, you go to June, where it'll be Saturday the 6th, Saturday the 13th. It's all one-day runs. There's no double header here going through for all 12 rounds of the Indy Karting Challenge, with the final round. Some of these rounds are going to be at night as well. I didn't mention that earlier, but some of these will be sunset sprints which will be wild to watch and exciting to see. And you got to wonder, when you get this track under the lights, how different is it going to be? How exciting will it be? And what sort of difference will it make to the track here? Different layout every time you come out as well. It's a great run to see. And for Adam Maxwell, it's going to be great for him to see the checkered flag. He's been consistent. He's a local favorite. This is a track he knows he loves, and he's going to take victory in round 1 of the KA Senior Final here in the Indy Karting Challenge. And coming across the line second will be his teammate, Lucian Laser, here about 8 seconds behind when it's all said and done. And then Van Dyke will be in third going through. We're looking for Danny Cutshaw to come across the line next, the number 22 kart, to win the KA Master run here of the Indy Karting Challenge here at the K1 circuit in Whiteland, Indiana. A great run from everyone there as they go through. That's going to be where they go, and this will leave 2 more rounds on your day. Micro Mini coming up next. Going to be an exciting one for Micro Mini. Coming up next here, it's Micro Swift and Mini Swift as we have the seniors and masters pull off the circuit. We have this race plus 1 more to go. Micro Swift and Mini Swift here, the next race on the day. And here's how they line up. Kaysen Hendrickson will go first with Leah Simonellic in second, James Fox P3, Grayson Waite fourth, Diesel Maxwell in fifth, and then 6th place will be Miles Hale going through. We'll see how this plays out for them as they go out and get ready to run here in the finals. This is going to be one of those that you got to watch out and see what happens here. And don't forget Christopher Heinzen also in this mix as well. So we'll see where this goes for them as they go. Who's the driver you're watching for here?
Once again, man, you keep hitting me when we have these real stacked splits on who I should be picking, and it's so hard, man. I mean, Kaysen Hendrickson's been so great today. James Fox, we know how incredible he is behind the wheel of one of these karts. Leah Simonellic, same story. Diesel Maxwell has been incredible, and Grayson Waite, I mean, you could pick anybody in this field right here, and under the right circumstances, you end up being right. But, I don't know. I feel like Leah, man, he's been charging today.
I think Simonellic is going to be in a very, very good position. And again, as a reminder, when you had the cadets come out, it was James Fox who won the cadets. Of course, that last lap, last corner pass on Leah Simonellic. So I'm sure Simonelic's going to be looking for some revenge here coming through as we come around the final corner. Next to last final is live here. Micro Mini are now racing, and let's see where they go through here in the start. Remember, Bo Laser is the only kart who is running in his category, so he just has to have a good run here for him as he goes along here. Let's keep our eyes on that as the karts all get away pretty well. And who is it up in the front? Well, it looks like it's Leah Simonellic from what I can see.
And he is completely checking away from the field as well. A massive lead down the back straightaway into Daytona. Is that Lead or is that Kaysen?
I thought it was Lead. I might be wrong. No, that is Lead in second place. My apologies.
Yeah, I was wondering. I saw the green helmet. Still Kaysen Hendrickson up at the point. A massive lead here for the first lap. Ran a
2 seconds.
45.814 to a 47.555 from Leah Semenelic. So Kason Hendrickson swinging hard out of the gate for the Micro Swift Mini Swift Final.
Great run from him there. The fourth place driver there is going to be James Fox coming through, and we'll see how this all mixes up as these karts go along. Again, reminder, Bo Laser is the only person in their class, so they are racing for overall position, but they have a guaranteed win in their class here today going through and along. This is going to be the interesting one for them to keep an eye on going through, because if Bo Laser can try to find some more time, that'll be very, very exciting here for them if Bo Laser can be swinging it with the big fences going along here, as James Fox will move up into third, Leet Semenelic in second, and it's a 1.8 second gap between Semenelic and Hendrickson.
Everybody's just trying to run away here. These leaders, these past couple of races, man, it's been incredible how fast they've been. You know, we saw how close everybody was in heats and qualifyings with lap times and everything. I figured we see a lot more close quarter up there in the top 3 positions. But it's been a lot of walk-offs here. I say that, though, and it looks like old Leah Semenelic might be closing the gap a little bit across the stripe here. And yes, it is a 1.5 second advantage now from a 1.8 the previous lap for Leah Semenelic, closing in on Kason Hendrickson. James Fox right there in tow behind the 189 machine of Semenelic. And Bo Laser not too far out, sitting there in fourth.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to really watch and try to get the idea for Leet Semenelic, what is left in the cart. And remember, Leet Semenelic, one of many drivers pulling double duty here this weekend between the Micro Mini Swift and the 206 Cadets. A driver who is not doing double duty between those is, well, actually everyone in here is doing double duty, so never mind. I'm gonna disregard any thought that I had in my head there on who was and wasn't doing double duty, because they're all doing double duty this weekend, which is great for these younger drivers, as it gets them plenty of experience and opportunity here in the karts. And the 2 karts, the difference between the IME, the Micro and Mini Swifts, and the 206 Cadets, there are slight differences in those karts and how they're going to perform, how they're going to run. The IMEs, you tend to have to just kind of watch and go through. And of course, remember, Cadets is 7 to 12-year-old, 255 pounds. And these IME, these Micro and Mini Swifts, they are split between ages 7 to 10 and 8 to 12. And depending on which one you're running in, it is a slight weight difference of about 20 pounds, but they're still anywhere between 10 to 30 pounds lighter than those 206 Cadets. So when they are running that lighter package with a little bit difference in horsepower, it does make a difference.
Now lead down to 1.2 seconds. Lead Semenelic still closing in that last time by. Fastest lap of the race for the 189 machine. Fastest lap for the field of 48.66. Absolutely flying is the 189 kart. James Fox still not too far off the rear bumper of the 189 machine. A couple kart links separating the two of them, but Leah now kind of solidifying himself in the league of his own, because he has set some blistering times. Look at how close it is now.
And that gap continuing to come down 1 second now, the gap between Hendrickson and Semenelic. So as that gap continues to come down, I think this is going to be one of those that it comes down a bit more. It's going to get very, very interesting, because if it can come down to about half a second, slipstream is really going to help down the backstretch. And even now, I think that 1 second, is just enough to be in the position of a little bit of slipstream, and a little bit can multiply into a lot of bit, into a whole lot of bit, into a wowza bit, into just all of a sudden, next thing you know, you've got karts bumper to bumper. So give it some time here. Let it cook, let it stew, let it marinate, let it become your favorite chicken noodle soup. If you don't like stew,
again here.
If you don't like stew, what's wrong with you? Let's see where it is as they cross the line, because that is a significant difference.
Yeah, exactly. Half a tenth right, or half a second right there. I had a good feeling. I've been kind of eyeballing it here these last couple of laps, and Lead has been so consistent that I've just been kind of able to swing for the fence here and hit it each time. But yeah, down to a half a second now. He is well in that slipstream range. You're going to see him really start to close the time once we get on the back straightaway here, so long as he gets a good exit out of this left-hander. 5 minutes and 50 seconds remain here, plus the 2 laps to finish it out. And look at this. You can already see it visually there. Lead Seminelli closing rapidly to the back of Hendrickson here, now down to just a kart length and some change.
This is going to be an exciting one to watch and see where it goes through as we watch them come across the start-finish line here. 5.5 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps for the top 3 to battle it out. Because don't forget, James Fox is there in 3rd place, sitting about 1.3 seconds back from your leader. Simonelli and Hendrickson start battling. That lets James Fox come into the mix. And if James Fox can come into the mix, that is going to let things get pretty exciting here as we go through. Into the hairpin we go, and back through the second hairpin we go here as we run down the back stretch. Hit the bus stop and now head towards Daytona. Gap still closing, slipstream there. Simonelli's on a mission.
Great launch there through Daytona. Pulls him up closer to the bumper here. Now into the hairpin. Final couple corners here to take us to the line for about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the race. Cross start finish line. Kaysen Hendrickson with the advantage, but only by 0.2 of a second. Now bumper to bumper down into turn 1. Does he make the move? No, Lead Seminelli going to stay tucked up here, not able to get close enough to the back of the 2 machine to make the pass. But he's not done trying yet. Still a ways to go. And Lead Seminelli has been on rails here for the past handful of laps. Trying to close the advantage again as we come down into the back straightaway. A tidy line there for Seminelli. A little bit of a miss on that final corner there. That's going to get Seminelli right up to the bumper here into the bus stop, into Daytona. Seminelli with a whole lot of speed now. Pretty much breathing down the neck of Hendrickson into the hairpin.
Keeping this battle moving and going along here down the front stretch. The top 2 go, and they are sitting just bumper to bumper at this point, holding a couple 10th gap. And now look, Simonelli's starting to look a little bit narrower in that first sector of the corners, trying to hit the apex a little bit tighter, trying to find a little bit more time through this first sector and trying to close things in as we go through. 3.5 minutes left to go. Through the hairpin we go. Now back through the second hairpin we go. And this is a case where for Simonelli, it's, did you overcook it too early? Did you drive too hard too soon? And what do you have left in the tank at this point to get this done here? Closing the gap through Daytona. Down into turn 11 they go, and coming through. And again, that gap now closing to about a 10th. A couple kart links here. Sheldon, this is one of those where I worry for Simonelli. It was such an impressive move to close all of that time, but now Simonelli right there on the back bumper. Is this waiting, or is this Simonelli just doesn't feel that the pass is worth it right now?
I think Simonelli's just trying to be patient here. You know, we've seen people go and make the pass, too early. We see it all the time here at Whiteland because the slipstream and the amount of, look, the entire first sector of the track and last sector are set up perfectly for crossovers and switchbacks. If you're Simonelli, you don't want to get out here and, make your shot too early and put yourself at the risk of losing that lead back. You kind of want to ride around second place. The leader's typically at a disadvantage here when it comes to close quarter racing.
Yeah, this is going to be one to watch here and really see. This is showing racecraft is what I feel like this is doing right now, because this is showing the racecraft from Simonelli to know that, you have pace, but if you go for the pass, it almost puts you at a disadvantage. So it's a good thing to sort of just wait here for now and sit and let it be and let it breathe and just feel it out here for a further run as we go through. Simonelli is very much showing pace. Kaysen Hendrickson, though, last time around was 0.3 faster than Lee Simonelli going through. But with that being said, there's still 1:40 plus 2 laps. There's plenty of time for Simonelli to close this gap in and really go for it.
All over the back bumper here, coming out of the final corner. Now a couple kart links separating your race leader from second place. Cross stripe that time. A little bit faster of a lap for Lead Simonelli over Kaysen Hendrickson. But that will be Casey Hendrickson's best lap of the race, a 48.780 from the driver of the 2 kart, but a 48.661 from Simonelli. Leatt's still just a little bit faster, and he's been consistently faster here. And he had to close about a 1.5 second advantage to get there to the back bumper, and that's not easy work here. Also, leaders starting to find themselves caught up with some lap traffic, 2 slower karts in front of them. And we've seen how much lap traffic can make this race, the complexion of these races change today. Down to the bottom, here he goes with the pass, sends it deep. Lead Simonelli going to take the lead, not going to take his chances, riding behind once he hits the lap cars in front. Simonelli now trying to hold off Hendrickson through the double left hand.
I did not think Simonelli was going to go for that there, but that is a great move there. Now watch the lap car down the inside. The other lap cart moves well out of the way. The blue flashing lights there on the timing board as we come through, and it's now the 2 to go signal will be coming up when they come through. And I'll tell you right now, I know that Leet Simonelli's family is watching the Kart Chaser coverage here. So if you're watching right now, just know that your son just moved up into the lead with 2 laps to go. We take the popsicle sticks this time by, and for Simonelli, it's now 2 laps of the hardest defense he can pull after heartbreak in the 206 Cadet Final. Can he rectify what happened to him earlier this afternoon?
Oh, Hendrickson gets up to the back bumper, tries to take a swipe, not able to connect though, loses a little bit of time, now closes back in here as we switch back onto the back straightaway. Hendrickson, a couple kart links back off the rear bumper of the 189 machine. Leads Simonelli sending it deep down into Daytona here. And a great couple kart links advantage right here is really going to help him as we come through the hairpin for the next to last time. Out through the final corner to the start-finish line to take us to the white flag. Leads Simonelli has done a great job this afternoon, shown a lot of pace. And here he is, timed that move perfectly with the lap cars, used a couple lap cars as a pick too to kind of build an advantage. Now he's got about 0.3 of a second over second place at the stripe last time, into 3 and 4 here. Now loading the thing up into turn 5. And I think it's going to be real difficult for Hendrickson. He's got to be absolutely perfect here coming on this back straightaway if he wants to be able to be close enough to get to the back bumper to make a swipe into the final couple corners.
Let's see through Daytona at this point for Simonelli. He's remembering what happened to him in 206 Cadets. Right in this corner in turn 11. Nobody behind to go for the move here. James Fox is back in P3, 8 seconds back. And as he comes to the line, Leet Simonelli is going to pick up the victory in the micro mini final here at round 1 of the Indy Karting Challenge. Hendrickson, 0.9 of a second back. It'll be Fox in 3rd. Grayson Waite will come across in 4th. Bo Laser will finish it out in 5th. And then Diesel Maxwell, Christopher Heinzen, Miles Hale, the 8 karts finishing things out. As we get the double checkered flags, well, can I call it the triple checkered flags, actually? The double flag with the flag jacket. I think that counts, honestly, going through. But a great run there. And again, for Leet Simonelli, I know your family's watching. Y'all can celebrate because that is a win in round 1.
And what a great drive by Leet, too. You know, started off a little bit behind the 8 ball, a couple, I think it was, what, got up to like, what, was it about 1.8 seconds at one point?
Yeah, it was nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, it was a decent distance he had to close there, closed it, and then timed the pass perfectly. A great run there for the 189 machine of Lead Simonelli, and also a great run from Hendrickson, too. Led a majority of the race, comes up just short, but definitely something to build off of for the rest of the season because, hey, second place points, still a good place to be.
And moving on from there, we go to our final run of the day. 206 seniors. We're about to let the Hornets nest out and let them get things ready to go for our final race here at the K1 circuit in Whiteland, Indiana. This is where things are going to get really, really spicy because this was a class that we saw multiple karts running together, very tight times, all having very, very close runs through. And, well, here is how they line up. Levi Wilbur will lead Adam Maxwell with Evan McCorkindale P3, Braden Heber in 4th, Colton Kelly in 5th, Isaiah Maxey in 6th, Lucian Laser in P7, Christopher Utsi, Mark Steele, Zachary Allen rounding out your top 10. From there we go Raider Santos, Holden Harder, who we saw having a run there, and I believe he had a big heartbreak, if I remember correctly, threw down 5 places in the heat from his qualifying position. Thomas Anthony, Nico Santos, Mike Haymaker, Chad King, Andrew Goldman, Colton King, Gavin Haltom, Randy Henshaw the second, Sam Tutwiler, Peyton Klein, and Tegan Schneider. 23 karts that took on the heat earlier today. Tutwiler, Klein, and Schneider did not finish, and Tonka Jahari did not start the run here. So I'm not even going to ask you for a pick. I'm just going to say anyone in this top 10, if they get a little bit lucky and they run with a lot of skill and turn one is kind to them and they keep things together through 12 minutes plus 2 laps, I think anybody in this top 10 has a chance to steal the win. I think anybody really in the grid could have a chance to steal the win because you never know what's going to happen.
Give me Heber.
All right, well, there it is. He's rolling the dice saying Braden Heber. If I have to pick a driver, it's Evan McCorkindale. We'll see who's right, who's wrong, who's got what where as we get ready to finish this one off. They're side by side. You see a little bit of wiggling there. That is actually, who the crap was that? I think that was Isaiah Maxey absolutely ripping the kart here to have a run. Is it outside line or inside line? It's going to get the best run here on the day. We go through, we line things up. 23 karts to start the run. And we are green here in Whiteland for the final run of round 1 of the Indy Karting Challenge. It's a great getaway into turn 1. Everyone holds on so far. Into turn 2 we go. Will they keep it along that way? And here we go. Let's head towards the first hairpin. It's single filing up front. Everybody figuring out positions they want to be in as they head in towards the double hairpins to head towards the backstretch. And it's a clean getaway so far.
Side by side right now for second place as we work into the bus stop here. But jockeying for position early. See, is that McCorkindale sitting in 3rd place right there? Green helmet.
Believe that is, yes. And I think that is Heber up in 4th place in the lime green behind. So let's see. I know that is Maxwell in 2nd. Levi Wilbur leads at the moment. And then it's McCorkindale, Heber, Kelly, Lucian Laser, and the rest of the field flows in behind here.
You know, what is it about Whiteland? It seems like it's always somebody with a green helmet. I've noticed that here in the past couple years. You kind of just keep your eyes on the green helmet, and you find somebody. It must be some kind of a performance advantage or something. You know, maybe extra horsepower, kind of like stickers, slapped on the side of a car, right?
Honestly, it probably is. That wouldn't surprise me a bit, all things considered. So we'll see here how this plays out at the moment. The defending champion, Braden Heber, in 4th place right now. We'll see what he can move through and along and muster. Again, you have Adam Maxwell, who picked up a win just literally 2 races ago in the KA Senior Master Final. Just keep your eyes here. You've got a very stacked top 10 at the moment that are all looking very, very feisty early on.
Lucian Laser back in 6th place, going to set the fastest lap here with a 51.292. So a lot of pace all the way throughout the field. Up at the front of the pack, though, Levi Wilbur hanging on to the lead over Adam Maxwell in 2nd. Maxwell in probably the most uncomfortable position out of anybody on the track with 2 hard chargers right behind him. Evan McCorkindale, Braden Heber. I mean, that is a whole bunch of wins on this straightaway that we're looking at right now with this top 5.
Still going through here. Everyone behind holding on and along here in the top 10. They're trying to keep a fairly close gap. Levi Wilbur would love to open up this door and run away here. McCorkindale in 2nd. And as they cross the line, more and more karts putting in fast lap. But the fastest lap so far of anyone is Christopher Utsi in P7 at the moment, who has had a great run so far as they continue through. Top 4 still sitting along here, battling it out. This is one of those moments where I don't really have a solid answer for anyone where to look at, what to watch, because everything is just a big old conga line. Everyone going bumper to bumper.
everybody just being patient. Trying to figure out how to strategize for the final move of the race. Big wiggle, though, from your race leader. Loses a good amount of time there into the hairpin. Levi Wilbur was slideways all the way through the hairpin. That opens up a window of opportunity. Evan McCorkido now closing in on the back bumper. McCorkido up to second here with Adam Maxwell falling back to third. Oh no, McCorkido looking pretty good right now. You might have had it right on the money there.
We still got 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Anything can happen here. Mark Steele, the fastest lap of anyone all day, in 8th place with a 50.807. To give you context, your leader last lap, Levi Wilbur, ran a 51.305. That is how wild the pace difference is getting right now. Of course, we saw Levi Wilbur with that big wiggle there earlier. So does that mean that he is in trouble? I don't believe that would be the answer, but we're going to find out here as we cross the line. 7 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. And, well, Christopher Utsi snags that lap from Mark Steele with a 50.702. And to give you context again, Levi Wilbur last lap was a 51.0. So, with that being said, Maxwell and Hebert are faster than the top two. We're about to see some elbows come out and some good battles happen. Give it some time here. Let it cook. And we're about to see fireworks here in 206 Senior.
And you know what? All that pace that you're seeing a little bit further in the back, too, that can directly be attributed to the slipstream. You know, bigger karts here, bigger drivers than what we've seen in the other classes. It's a lot easier to pull a toe on the car in front of you. Go down to the hairpin. Evan McCorkido all over the back bumper of your race leader, Levi Wilbur. Levi McCorkido getting battled right now, too, though. Maxwell not too far off. And it is, what, 7 karts under a blanket right now up here at the front of the pack. As you see a battle diving down to the inside. Hebert tries to take a look, but gets the door shut in his face. Going to have to retain in 4th place for now.
Great run from him here as they go through, heading into the hairpin they go. And now we go into the left. We go to the hairpin to the right, and we go back to the hairpin to the left here. And you can see there in 5th place, that is going to be Colton Kelly and Lucian Laser, who are starting to battle it out. The problem again, if they start battling in 5th, they lose touch to the top 4. So they have to really decide what is more important to them. Seeing if the drivers in front will battle or battling it out amongst themselves for position.
Oh, here we go. Here it is for the lead.
Slide through. McCorkido to the inside. Can he make it work? Here we go. Drag race it out to the line. And as they cross the line, whoa, gets what? And it's Levi Wilbur over Evan McCorkido by 0.5 They keep it side by side into turn 1. An outside line is a heartbreaking line because you're going to lose 3 positions and try to dive it back up the inside into 2. You hold on to second somehow, and all of a sudden we send this race upside. The leaders have pulled the cork out of the bottle. The battle is on.
And the one pulling the cork out of the bottle is going to be Evan McCorkido as he took the lead there through that exchange. He leads the field now down the back straightaway into the bus stop. Good advantage into Daytona all over the back bumper is 2nd place right now. They're taking a peek to the bottom into the hairpin. It's going to be another cross for the lead, and he's going to get the pass done. Working into the last couple corners here across the stripe. Heavy blocks here from P1 to try and hold McCorkido at bay. It is now Levi Wilbur taking the lead back over, not giving this thing up without a fight, is the driver of the 406 machine, and Wilbur absolutely looking scrappy here when it matters.
Look who moved up to 3rd there. Lucian Laser was able to get some moves up into 3rd place there. 3rd kart in line. You got to watch out for him now as he goes through because Maxwell in 4th isn't going to let that stand for too long either. Let's watch here as they go. Braden Heber dropped down into 5th now in that lime green helmet with that blue racing suit. Let's see here for the front where they go. McCorkindale, the teal helmet there. The pink helmet, Lucian Laser, reddish, orange, pinkish helmet. Lucian Laser in the cart up front, Levi Wilbur as they go through. Let's see how they handle it out along. And, well, actually, I think that's a black helmet on Lucian Laser. Nevertheless, I think I said blue-pink somewhere in there. Some color. It's a black helmet, I believe, there going through. Nevertheless, here we go into turn 1. No passes going yet, but Lucian Laser wants a peek up the inside there on McCorkindale. Not able to make it stick here. Sheldon, 4 minutes left to go, and, well, fireworks are going off. You would think it's the final lap.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as closely contested as these guys are, you can't just hang out in line here and hope it falls into your lap. You've got to get out there and make something happen. A little bit of contact. Couple cars come together there through the final left hand before the back straightaway. Everybody keeping it pointed straight, but some momentum lost there for some of these guys here in the pack.
Maxwell up into third now.
Oh,
but
for the lead. Here we go. McCorkadell taking a peek down to the inside. Oh, no, Wilbur, and he muscles him up the track into the grass. And now they're side by side for second, make it 3 wide for his second.
And this is exactly what Levi Wilbur needs. He needs them to battle behind for second through and let Levi just open up the gap there. You see how important that momentum shift can be up in the front. 3 minutes left to go here. And McCorkindale, Laser, Maxwell, and you'd see your top 5 now. But you can see everyone through all the way. P9 is right here in this gap with each other. They are all just nose to tail running. This could be anyone's game in the top 9 as they go through the final 3 minutes plus 2 laps, because already Levi Wilbur losing any momentum that he had as he goes through Daytona just because he has nobody ahead, no slipstream, no drafting buddy, no friend ahead to cut through the air. And as they come through this final sector, that's how important it is. It's now 0-0. And when's the last time you saw 9 karts bumper to bumper like this?
Here and 206 seniors. And down at the bottom, the pass for second place. Heating up here. Here comes Lucian Laser trying to take it away from McCorkey. Now he's going to get the spot. Lucian Laser coming alive here late into the stage. 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining here from Whiteland. And it is absolutely rush hour out here. You see McCorkey trying to tuck back up to the rear bumper. A Laser trying to close in on your race leader, Levi Wilbur. And Wilbur just hoping that these two start battling again behind him. McCorkey losing a little bit of time there through Daytona. Here comes Lucian Laser trying to get to the back bumper of Wilbur.
Grab some popcorn. This one's not done yet. 1:45. You see everybody hanging on the fence here to watch this one. They all know that this one is going to get wild really fast when you have 9 karts all hanging together nose to tail just like this. Coming through the first sector, heading towards the double apex left. Here we go. There's the first apex. There's the second. Now it's through the hairpins. Right-hander 180 degrees. Left-hander 180 degrees. Onto the backstretch we go. Wilbur holding on just barely to the lead at the moment here. Levi Wilbur holding on just enough. Nobody going for a pass yet. McCorkindale there with Adam Maxwell in fourth. Maxwell, I thought, was going to take a peek here going through. He doesn't. Everybody's still holding station so far in the top 9 as they sit. Nobody wants to be the one to really go for the move or cause the problem here. But at some point, we've recorked the bottle. At some point, somebody's got to shake it up and pop that cork. And here we go. Heber in the back is going to start that momentum train. He moves up a place into P6 now over Utsi. And now here we go. Top 5. They can get a little bit of breathing room. We have lap traffic coming up, though. And goodness gracious me, we have lap traffic coming up. That is going to be Randy Henshaw the second that they are getting ready to lap here. And we'll see what happens here when they get to Randy Henshaw. How do they handle that traffic? What does Henshaw do? Because that can change everything.
We've seen multiple times today how effective lap traffic can be in changing the course of one of these races. Multiple times since we took the green flag this afternoon. Up at the front of the pack, it is still Levi Wilbur holding on to a strong lead over second place Lucian Laser. Laser so close, though, just a couple kart links off the back bumper. He can pretty much reach out and grab the 406 kart in front of him if he wanted to. I don't think the officials would be too fond of that, but, you know, it isn't play until you get in trouble for it.
Fair enough. Whoa, bad run through the corner there for Levi Wilbur. This is going to open everything up. Levi Wilbur now has to defend with his line.
And he's around.
That's round. No, Levi Wilbur goes around through the left 180 hairpin, and that is going to change everything in the dynamic of this race here. This is 3 laps to go now. When they cross the line, it'll be 2 to go. This shakes everything up.
Is that McCorkindale back up to second?
That is McCorkindale back up the inside into second. Yes, it is. And Heber there in 4th place. Let's see as they cross the line. Confirm here. And yes, Levi Wilbur was who went around. Lucian Laser now has the lead. And he's got a 3/4 of a second lead when they cross the line. McCorkindale Mark Steele is up into third.
How about that? Haven't really mentioned Mark Steele a whole lot this afternoon, but that 934 machine looking great out here right now. But what happened with Wilbur there, that's the pressure of having the entire field right on your rear bumper. If it's just one cart behind you, you think, oh yeah, he probably get under me, I can cross him back over. When you've got a train about 7-8 carts deep, you know that if you get offline, you're going to go pretty far back before you can finally, regain your traction. And just, you go out there, you make one little mistake, somebody gets to the inside of you, he clips the tire, you're trying to be defensive, trying to hold him back. Next thing you know, you're around in front of the field as we come across the stripe here. 2 laps to go. Can Lucian Laser hang on, or is it going to be McCorkindale or even Steele? Heber moves up one spot here, up into the top 5, into 4th position, taking a spot away from Adam Maxwell. Holden Harder is going to move up as well into P5.
This is actually white flag lap here going through. I think they had to hold the white flag for a second because of the lap down cart going through. So battling now going through. Look at this, 2x2, one cart off into the grass.
Here we are down the back straightaway. Lucian Laser with the advantage into Daytona. Couple cart links separating him from second place, Evan McCorkindale. Lucian Laser's been so strong here this race, able to get the lead after a slide for Wilbur, and out of the final turn across the start-finish line, it's going to be Lucian Laser bringing it home for the 2-6 seniors.
And McCorkindale dropping all the way down to P8 in that run. Again, that's what happens when you have all those carts so close together here. As we get the triple checkers here going through for the final lap around Laser. Steele, Harder, Kelly, Maxwell, Heber, Utzi, McCorkindale, Wilbur, and Isaiah Maxey, your top 10.
Coming home in 11th place going to be the 990 machine of Sam Tutwiler with Thomas Anthony in 12th. 13th goes to the 31 machine of Zachary Allen with Mike Haymaker in 14th. 15th goes to Chad King, followed by Andrew Goldman in 16th. 17th going to Raider Santos with Randy Henshaw in 18th. 19th place goes to Colton King with Nico Santos, Deacon Schneider, Peyton Klein, and Calvin Haltom. Rounding out the 23-car field, and what an exciting day of racing. What an incredible race we just saw. You could have not scripted it or planned it going in how this was going to work out.
This was an amazing, amazing day of karting. I absolutely enjoyed it. Before we send this thing into the sunset, I do want to say next round will be April 11th. It is a Saturday. Again, Indy Karting Challenge only running on Saturdays here with some changes going through. So you don't have to wait too long to get the next round. I think that's just 2 weeks if I can do math right here, Sheldon. So it'll be exciting to see round 2, who comes back, who shows up, new faces, old faces, how that plays through. But any final thoughts before we send this one off?
I can't wait for round 2. This has been another great weekend of racing from Whiteland, and this place just always puts on such a great show, such a great track. Staff does an incredible job with the turnaround. I'm so beyond stoked for the next chance to be up here in the booth, call another one.
Absolutely. And if you're still looking for some karting to get you through the rest of the day, remember SCUSA Pro Tour is going on right now in Tucson, Arizona. They've got the round 1 pre-finals and main events going on for Kart Chaser members. But we're going to send this one off into the sunset here from Whiteland, Indiana. On behalf of Sheldon, on behalf of everyone here at Kart Chaser, my name is Brad. We take you start to finish. Join us for the next event where we'll take you start to finish yet again. Good night.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.